Hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Welcome to today's session of the Isles of Iverion. Very excited to dive in today. But before we dive in, we have to do the intro. And this week on Isles, I'm proud to present our brand new intro. Enjoy!
I don't care. If I have to die, I am not spending another second under your control.
I don't believe that's you. I've met the teacher at the mausoleum.
You met a lie!
I don't want to watch the people I love die and do nothing.
You can't tell me what my spirit tells me isn't true.
I'm pretty good judge of characters, so, just keep that in mind.
I suppose that's right. And we are back. So let's go ahead and dive right in. As is tradition, we'll go ahead and have one of our players start with the summary. This week on summary is Felicity. Felicity, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right. So, last session, the party had one final evening before the last challenge of the Festival of the Green Lady. Lila tried to reach out to Annalise, trying to smooth things over and get her to chat with Eurydice, but her efforts seem unsuccessful. Twig and Alfian went to visit Lord Ambrose. He is struggling with the death of his son, but offered some information regarding the situation between House Omen and House Forrester. It is likely that Twig will be able to get an audience with the Queen, but we are unsure what her true feelings toward House Forrester are. The morning of the final challenge, Nalf notices a letter stashed in his armor, a pocket only Drow warriors would know of. The letter, written in Undercommon, said something along the lines of, "We know what he did and he will pay." Many questions arose from the possibility of this letter, wondering if it was from a genuine ally or if it's just another trick. The letter seems to be in reference to House Dragu, though. Yorick returns from the Hells as well shortly after the revelation, and as the party started to converse and catch Yorick up, he noticed a scrying eye listening in on them. The eye was attached to Eurydice. In order to converse privately from that point on, Twig made a pocket dimension with rope trick. More distrusting thoughts and ideas swarmed their conversation. Not knowing their true allies, the party is planning to take even further protection against any scrying or otherwise. Those plans will have to be put in place after the festival, though. When arriving to the final challenge, news broke out that the Shadow Spawn attacked the Macavia houses, and the knights returned home to be with their families. Only 7 knights remained to finish the festival. The Green Knight opening the challenge announced that Nalfian, being the winner of the previous challenge, his companions would be able to assist him. With this challenge beginning, the party found themselves in a giant maze. The compass Nalfian acquired from the previous challenge now works and directed them where they needed to go. As they traveled, Nalf made it very clear that all knights need to make it out of this challenge alive, and that the unity of them would be the true victory and success. Briefly, the party split in order to collect all the knights. They had to act fast, though, as the maze and earth was falling around them. However, it pushed everyone closer to the objective. Lila also noticed that though these constructs were mostly Fae and Fae connected, there seemed to be another lingering presence, like something else was watching them. With the knights collected, they rallied together to finish off the last of the enemies and get to the cup, which would conclude the challenge. However, once they were all warped out of the maze, the party ended up in a dark, sunless place filled with webs and crawling spiders. Before the party and the knights stood Malice, ready with something up her sleeve. And I think that is everything.
That is. So thank you so much. And that's where we're going to go ahead and dive in. as we do, we return to the deep. Wait, why is that not working? What? Okay, there we go. Weird. Okay, all right, sorry. So as we return to the deep, treacherous, web-covered tunnels of the Underdark, none other than Malice Baynir herself steps from the shadows. You can see she has a welcoming, a warming smile on her face. She walks with poise and confidence. She is very happy that it seems as though her plan has worked. She approaches and interposes herself between the knights, the party, and the chalice, the grail that sits behind her. Your ticket out of here. She speaks. Well, I'm very glad that all of you have arrived. I have been waiting for a time. I didn't know how long the final trial would take, but very happy you finally made it. I understand you might think, upon first impression, that I am here to kill you, to torment you, to get information, to turn you into the Dark One for great rewards and treasures. No, that is not the case. I come here on my own volition. I come here to strike a deal. I want to be very clear. Should you choose to decline my offer, I promise you there will be no hard feelings. No more damage can be done to the relationship between myself and the Forerunners of Fate, if we're being entirely honest with ourselves. Instead, I come to you due to our mutual interests. I know all of you would like nothing more than to see the Forsaken fall, and to see the Dark One obliterated. I hope it is no secret that our goals align very, very, very clearly. So, before I let all of you go, I'd like to at least have you hear my offer in full. Spelled out, word for word. Should you agree, a contract will be signed that will ensure that not only you stay loyal to me, but I stay loyal to you. I request you at least hear my offer before you demand to be sent away. But if you'd prefer to just leave, I will not hold you here any longer than you wish.
I would say Nalfian is like just staring daggers at her.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's a moment he remembers something. And he just smiles. I want to hear what joke you have to tell.
Very well. And she'll look to the other party members, see if there's any disagreement.
Yorick doesn't say anything.
No.
Yeah, I
It
don't.
would be just watching Nalfian's lead, you know.
Okay.
do have
Yeah.
a quick question, though. I know
Yeah.
we're kind of stuck in like webbing, so we can't really move around. But with Yorick's helm, he can kind of see all around him. Is there
Mhm.
anyone else that Yorick can see besides Malice and the spiders, obviously? Or are
Nope.
there any other like people, drow, Banshee, nothing?
Nope, just her.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of spiders. You can see them underneath the webbing, and you can see they are specifically clinging not near the party, but near the other knights that are here with you. Which, just as a reminder, in case anybody forgot the illustrious, beautiful visage of Nalfian's mom, Malice.
That's my mom.
I just need to see it again. Just the memory.
Her memories? Yeah.
Dear.
Her memory.
Malice's magnificent memories. Okay.
Oh my god.
So, if she
I
owned a
think
brothel, that's what it'd be called.
she doesn't own a brothel, that's surprising. But anyway, I think Lila would just like follow Nalfian's lead as well and say, I guess hearing out is not the worst thing.
Well, I can tell that you are educated. Very good thought, Lila. So, let's begin, shall we? And you can see that she pulls from her fingertips these threads, this webbing, that eventually coalesces into a solid sheet of material that has these markings written in Undercommon on it. When she does that, all of you can see in front of each of you there's a similar contract that forms. And all of you can begin to read as she speaks out the contract. So I'm going to share her contract with you, which is written out in legalese, so that way all of you can analyze the contract. So I'm going to show to players, configure ownership limited. Okay.
Absolutely not.
Contract of pact and agreement between the parties, Malice Bainir and the Forerunners of Fate, Eurydice Greenleaf, the Dawnbreaker, Yorick Nasine, High Hunter of House Nasine, Lila Tatiana the Pathfinder, Lady Twig Forrester of House Forrester, and Nalfian Forrester, Knight Commander of House Forrester. This document, hereinafter referred to as the contract, entered this date establishes the conditions of the pact between the named parties. This contract, once signed, is binding and immutable in its conditions. Part 1. Treaty of Peace. A covenant of non-aggression is hereby established between Malice Bainir and the Forerunners of Fate, inclusive of all allies, former names, affiliates, and allies, including, but not limited to, the Children of the Flame, the Silent Shields, Nalfian Bainir, Grace Orleans, Nalf, Yuri, and any other names, named or unnamed. Should any member of the aforementioned parties act in aggression or harm towards another signatory, said harm shall be redirected onto the offending party in full measure. Part 2. A joint crusade against the Dark One. Both Malice Bainir and the Forerunners of Fate hereby declare a mutual interest and commitment to the destruction of the extra-dimensional entity known as the Dark One. All parties agree to pool resources, knowledge, and expertise to ensure the termination of this entity from all known and unknown existences. Terms of the assistance. All parties, both Malice Bainir and the Forerunners of Fate, pledge to come to the aid of one another when called upon, under the following conditions. A minimum notice of 48 hours must be provided for assistance on the material plane or Underdark. For each plane removed from the material plane or Underdark, an additional 24 hours of notice is required. By way of example, if assistance is required in Avernus, the first layer of the Nine Hells, 72 hours of notice is mandatory. The final and fourth part of the contract, safeguards against treachery. This contract ensures that Malice Bainir shall act in accordance with the terms and conditions. Should she break or act contrary to any stipulations of this contract, the contract becomes null and void immediately. Each member of the Forerunners of Fate will gain knowledge of a specific location within the Nine Hells, where lies the key to Malice Bainir's ultimate destruction. While Balefire can incapacitate her temporarily, due to her vampiric essence, this hidden method ensures her complete eradication. The only stipulation not included on the contract is, should you see fit, addendums may be added, but addendums will never be removed. That is the deal I offer you. Should I break the contract, you learn how to destroy me permanently, as Balefire will not end me. It may cut me off from the Dark One for a time, but I will return. For 2, anytime you need the assistance of myself, or anything that is under my domain or control, you will have it. Which also means that you, the Forerunners of Fate, and the Wanderers or Runaways, whatever name they are deciding to call themselves nowadays, will no longer be accosted by the Bon Sheen. As the Bon Sheen being Baenir sons, they are under my control. You will have my eyes and information on the location and objectives of the other Forsaken when I know it. The Father of Lies likes to keep us separate, working on our own individual projects. But if I learn anything, I will share it. So, those are the terms of the contract, and I understand you may need time to think this over. But if you wish to decline it, tell me now, so we may save each other the time. For if you lie to me now and say you're going to think it over when that is not the case, if I sense that you are lying, the companions you've come here with will meet a rather untimely end. So think carefully and be honest, as I have been.
I believe there's an important question to ask before any considerations. You're clearly someone that abides to pacts and contracts, so what exactly do you have between the Dark One? What obligations do you owe each other there?
The obligations I have is, should he ask something of me, I am to deliver on it. That being said, I am a slow-moving poison to him. He will instruct me to accomplish something, and it will get done within 100 to 200 years. I get things done right, but it takes time. I have no current tasks that he has given me, so should he give me one tomorrow, hopefully, considering the lifespan of humans, the Dark One will be long gone before I have to worry about accomplishing whatever task was given to me.
I also have a question regarding the addendums you spoke of.
Of course.
When those are put into effect, can they only be put into effect when all consenting parties agree? Or who's in charge of putting those addendums in effect?
Very good question. The addendums may be added by the Forerunners and Malice in agreement. Should I agree with it and think that it is fair, and all of you are in agreement with it, then it will be added. I cannot add an addendum unless all of you agree with the terms I have established. All parties involved in the contract by name must agree to the terms of the addendum.
Lila will just nod at that, but then kind of look to everybody else, obviously mostly to Nalthian, but I don't think she had any other follow-up questions about the contract right now.
I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm leaning towards no, but I'd still like time to think about it.
No.
Alright.
maybe we should be open to considering Nalfian.
No.
Do you want to give us more than just no?
He's looking at Eurydice like he would if we weren't standing in front of her.
Then what we
Oh,
need
but-
is time to go and deliberate, because you have things you want to say. And we have things to think about.
Alright, since we're being honest here. Malice. You wouldn't be approaching us if you weren't scared. You wouldn't be approaching us if Daddy wasn't onto your little plans. You wouldn't be approaching us if you had things under control.
Tell
You
me,
know
my
that
cherished
we
son,
are
does a
so
carpenter
much more
approach a
valuable
saw when
alive
he is scared?
to you than we are dead.
He approaches it because he needs a tool to do a job.
Yeah, and what happens when that job is done?
Oh,
You put us away in your little play box until you're ready to be playing with us again? I don't think so. I've done my time. And I will be damned if I seal that kind of fate to my companions. I know how your deals work, Malice. You can use all the pretty language you want. But the fine lines, finer subtext, is that you will own us. And when the time is right, all that's gonna be revealed, and I'm not falling for it again. But if my companions desperately want time to think about it, I can be honest with you and say I'll let them think about it. But you've heard my answer.
well. The rest of you are in agreement with him then.
Pause. If everybody else really wants to consider this, they can. I don't want to be that one player to force your hands.
I think that ship kind of sailed, Kayla.
Sorry, I was just trying to act on impulse. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. As for meta reasons, I'm going to tell you what Lila's thinking.
Okay.
Lila's thinking we could maybe get almost trap Malice into somehow breaking the contract, and then we learn how to truly kill her, and then Nalfian can
But-
truly kill her.
But here's the thing, and I don't know if this is meta knowledge because he's talked to you guys about this. Nalfian knows.
Oh, he does?
He has
Okay.
that cipher that he found when he was researching the Baenirs, and there was one of the Baenir sons said, I know where to go to get the thing to kill her, but it's like he hasn't unciphered it yet.
Oh, okay.
Unciphered.
Well, he doesn't know how deciphered it yet.
I knew
So,
what you
like,
meant.
Okay. Nalfian's like, I know how to do that already.
Mhm.
Okay, then in that case, besides the other thing of like Lila being like, it could be an advantage against the Dark One, she's okay. She's okay. I'm more deferring to Nalfian. It was just, those are my two things. I was like, maybe we could talk about it, but I also don't care that much. We can just kill her. That'd be fun too. As I said last time, I love killing people.
I don't think we can kill her now, but I
know,
definitely-
not now. I meant in general.
But I also don't want to like ruin things for everybody else. I want to know what everybody thinks.
Well, I feel like even if we deliberated on the possibility of it being useful to us, we'd probably come to the conclusion anyway that this isn't going to be a good idea to go through with. This just seems real dodge. I don't know. And if you have that info, then it's like
Yeah,
the
we already
the
have
real
that.
thing is like we would have to burn Sheen on our ass, which kind of fuck us over half the time.
Right.
That's
Ryan,
true.
But I
Ryan,
also
Ryan, you
feel
had your
like
hand up?
We have gone past
Oh,
needing
wait.
to worry about the Banshee as much. So I wouldn't be so concerned about that. I feel like
I don't know, for us melee fighters, they still hit like a truck. Just throwing that out there.
I know, but we've dealt with them
Yeah.
for levels at this point, and obviously there's got to be more and more shit happening.
And they
but
keep.
like,
I'm sorry, I get hit by like one of them ever, and I'm done. You know what I mean?
I mean, we're just talking meta here, so I'll just be honest. I mean, York doesn't think we should take the deal. His main thing was he just wanted to buy time because he wants to get the knights who are very easily killable out of here.
For sure. Yeah.
That's the only reason why he was like, hey, let's play nice. Yeah, we'll think about it.
Sorry.
Bye. And now it's like, well,
No,
shit.
guys, it's your evil, abusive
Yeah, it's
mother. I would never. You're right.
True.
You can't get
True.
along with your evil, abusive mother. God, Malfian.
The evil, abusive mother that killed your wife and daughter in front of you, your wife and infant daughter in front of you.
Listen, I want to be a team player, damn it.
We
I
need to be
feel
your
that,
team
Kayla.
player right now. It's all good, dog.
Okay.
no, and like I will say, like I'm also opposed to doing the whole thing because like I feel like there's not enough boundaries, and Malice is obviously getting more out of it than not.
Yes, Ryan?
Like,
She's representing a contract she wrote.
I
Yeah.
I have a quick question before whatever is about to happen happens.
Yeah.
So, obviously, it seems like we're leaning towards no,
Uh-huh.
and Malice can see that.
Yeah.
Obviously, Malice, whenever she proposes a deal, wants it to go through because it's beneficial to her, but as it seems like the answer's leaning towards no, can York get a sense of how she's feeling? Just like, bummer, or is she worried?
Yeah, make an
Or
insight
just,
check.
can I sense something?
Yeah, make an insight check. Thanks for phrasing it that way. I appreciate that.
Do I get advantage for that? No, I'm just kidding.
You get a punch
Good
card.
try.
You got to do it
Okay,
5 more
okay.
times, and then you...
18's not bad. It's not super
18?
great,
No,
but
18's pretty good. With an 18, as you're sort of looking to Nalfian as he's saying all this and looking to her, it's not worry. It's not sadness. It's just a disappointment, you know? Kind of like... so
Like
dumb.
she's gonna have to figure out a different way to get.
Yeah,
what
like
she
she's
wants.
gonna need to find a new tool to use the same metaphor I used earlier.
Well, Gemma still
Okay.
had thoughts, so I want to hear the rest of Gemma's thoughts.
oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, like, the fact that there is no kind of end point, and you know, obviously she spoke a little bit. I feel like her obligations to the Dark One are much more. Like we already saw, you know, the kind of ties, like he had over Cassius, and like I know Malice is special and all different and all that. Like she's not like the other girl. She has the whole like thing against Balefire, but I still feel like it's very easy for her to be like, oh, whoops, sorry I had to, and just end up killing us all, so.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
That's true. Her contract with the Dark One is probably way more intense than this thing. So
Yeah, that was a good question that you
it
asked.
was.
Because, I don't know, her answer about, oh yeah, I just move slowly. Okay,
I
well,
know
like,
it's kind of
you
BS.
You still have to report to him. Go ahead.
And also even just like the whole thing of just being like, oh yeah, well he hasn't given me any new orders. I sure it wasn't an order, but there was that whole thing of just like, yeah, we're waging war now, you gotta fucking step up after like, you know,
That was a
yeah,
cutscene. You
what's
have
his
no
face,
idea when that is happening in
if
correlation
we're
to
talking
this
in the
moment.
meta, if we're talking in the meta, but yeah, I feel like it's also just hard to believe that like the Dark One has just let her sit, you know, like they've just been freshly released, but apparently she has not received any new orders or whatever the shit, you know.
Well,
she's
canonically,
been
Malice
around,
has
but,
been
you know.
free for the longest.
Yeah,
So
but,
she's
like,
not freshly
everyone
released.
else, you
She's
know.
been around for almost 2,000 years free now.
No, I know, but like the Forsaken is a collective, you know.
Yeah.
All right, Nalfian, take it away. It's a big no from us.
It's a no from us, dog.
Yeah.
Damn, she came to
signing
Shark
Powell
Tank and
about
she's walking away with nothing. Okay.
Okay.
So with that,
yeah.
dive back in.
Okay, well, then Nalfian just turned his fucking snooty ass back to her. Never, that sounded weird. Anyway, yeah. He's on his high horse right now because fuck this bitch. How old does she think she is? But he's not gonna say that right now because we're kind of in a compromised position. Anyway. But I think you have your answer. Nice try, though.
Very well. I am sorry for what is to come in the future. I would have loved to have shared it with you so you could prepare for what inevitably will happen. But I'm sure when that day comes, you'll be prepared. Well, all of you will be prepared. For the other millions and millions of people in the material plane, I don't think so much. But very well. And you can see she sort of pulls her hand back, and you can feel the webs dissolve as she says, "Good luck, forerunners of fate."
I'll see you soon.
I'm saddened we will not be able to work together, but I have a feeling we will see each other much sooner. Farewell. And you can see she just turns and walks away. What I will say is the very faint light that is illuminating this area, the sort of bioluminescent mushrooms and algae, you can see the light that is being cast from the cave as she walks back into it. You can see just the shadow of her form begin to shift and twist and grow. Incredibly larger in size, probably to this either huge or almost gargantuan eight-legged spider-like creature as it retreats back into the caves. But the webs are dispelled. Malice is no longer here, as the only thing that lingers is this faint and almost intoxicating perfume that lingers from where she stood. But all of you are free to grab the chalice and return to the Green Lady's domain.
Yeah, the description of the massive spider was awful. Let's please leave.
Yeah.
You think so?
As we're walking towards the chalice, Nelf's just gonna kind of like look at everybody and just thank you for trusting. I'm just gonna give everyone a little nod.
York winks.
Yeah, man, Nelf will give a stronger nod.
Hell yeah.
Watch the chalice, team.
We have your back, Nelfian. We always will.
Lila gets an even better nod.
You can see.
Got 2 nods instead of 1.
You can see Dickon. He says.
Well, what's Dickon gonna get? You know.
He said. He sort of looks to you, Nalvian, and says, "I thought my mom was bad."
You have no idea.
He shakes his head. Okay. So with that, all of you together reach for the grail, and as you grip hold of it, the sounds of the verdant grove embrace you. As all of you are thrust through multi-dimensional space back to the Lake of the Green Lady. All of you covered in webbing and sort of like thick viscous material on the bottoms of your feet. You can see for some of the other knights and for some of you there are these spiders that crawl off and sort of run away into the wilderness. And all of you sort of look to one another. Many of the other retinues and families, they gather around and they seem relieved that all of the knights that entered return alive. You can see mothers and sons, daughters, fathers, significant others, they embrace their knights, happy that they're there. You can see that the trial has come to an end, and there's only 2 things left. The retribution of the Green Knight from the first challenge, and then the wishing ceremony. Now, the retribution of the Green Knight will happen tomorrow at dawn, and the wishing ceremony right after. So, as all of you gather, you smile, you laugh, you embrace one another. The tourney is over, aside from one final thing. You can see the Green Knight is nowhere to be seen. You assume he rests in his chapel to prepare for what may happen tomorrow. As all of you sit in the lake, you hear the water rolling in the distance. The rest of this evening is free. Most of the other knights will be celebrating and celebrating their victory, but also celebrating the lives that were lost in the previous two pieces of the tourney. So, as all of you celebrate in that moment, you can see the rest of the crowd begins to disperse. And I ask all of you, is there anything specific you wanted to do on this evening upon finishing this portion of the tourney before the retribution ceremony tomorrow?
I would like Lila to chat with Nalfian, maybe even with Zevran regarding the... what'd you call it?
Oh,
The cipher?
Yeah, and then maybe Twig can do rope trick again, just because, like,
Ooh,
Lila's
yeah.
thinking that maybe Malice was the one scrying. Obviously, it really could be anybody, but we all know Malice can do that. So maybe invite, and it can be everybody if everyone wants to come up there too, because maybe some other people have some ideas with the cipher as well. If Nalfian's down to talk about that.
Yeah, let's have a little group meeting in the rope trick place.
So I think the whole group wants to talk about Malice, so we might as well just do it all at
might
once.
as well. Yeah.
Also, wasn't there a thing with the cipher that it could only be like deciphered by a Baynir though? I don't know how much help we can lend to it.
Oh, I don't remember this at all.
I might be pulling shit out of my ass, but like...
No, I didn't even remember the cipher, so I'm like, I don't know how that just left my brain, but it did. So
If only there was someone here that could tell us for a fact if that was true or not.
true.
So,
Alas.
Nalfian, you still have the book on you. The,
Yes.
Pull it up here. The Baynirs, the drow who escaped.
Because this was back when he
Was
learned-
in Hearthcrest, yeah.
Yeah.
Talrin Baynir was his name. So the cipher he did create. So it is an undercommon. So it'll translate from the language, the ciphered language, to undercommon. However, it is not that it can only be deciphered by a Baynir. It is that in order to retrieve the item, they need to be a Baynir. The deciphering can be done by anybody who can speak undercommon, but it's useless to decipher it if you don't have a Baynir with you, because only the Baynirs
so
can
it's still
retrieve
kind
it.
of just Nalfian.
Yeah.
No one else knows what to call it.
And I will say, and this is somewhat meta, Bianca's kind of a Baynir and also really smart Nalfian.
Oh my god, let's call her! That's
She's
right!
the smarty pants.
That's so cool!
So,
That's kind
and she knows undercommon too. And Zevran's brother knows undercommon. I don't know how smarty pants he is. He's more of a himbo vibe is what I'm getting. But maybe Zevran knows undercommon. I don't think Lila does.
I just pulled up Zevran's character sheet. He has comprehend languages.
Oh.
Joe! Yes! Okay. I'll just wait to see if you guys chat with Bianca first before I start saying everything, but just the meta knowledge for now.
Well, I
Rope
mean,
trick. Oh.
yeah. Well, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that was just me dramatically declaring, let's do it.
Okay,
All right,
yeah.
Twig, you cast rope trick. All right. Rope trick happens. You're in an extra dimensional space.
Woo. All right, yeah. So Nalfian will whip out this book, and he'll say, "All right, again, thank you for trusting me. I know that what she was offering, it sounded tempting, it sounded well structured, she had it all thought out. It looked clean, probably not a loophole in sight, but I can promise you that's exactly what she wanted us to think. Once you make a deal with malice, it isn't something that you can ever shake. And there's always a fine line where she wins. But when I was doing research at Hearthcrest about the Vanir, I found this, and as I explained, there is a way to defeat malice, but I don't know how to decipher this. Exactly what it says. It's an undercommon, but it's strange, and I'll open the book.
Well, and then I don't want to speak for Zevran, but if he has comprehend languages, I'm sure he would offer to do that.
As all of you are tightly crammed into the
Yeah.
extra dimensional space, he says, yes, Nalfian, if you'd be all right with me looking it over, I'll see what I can do.
Yes, absolutely.
And
He'll
he'll
hand it.
take it and ooh. You can see to be more thematic, you can see the tattoos that are on his face begin to glow that sort of dull gold. There we go. Tongue twister. That dull gold, and his eyes begin to light and sort of shift to these these different patterns and different colors until eventually they settle on these deep hues of purple and black as he begins to read the cipher in Undercommon. And he sort of flips through the different pages. He says, this is... Gods, I can't even see a pattern. And he's going to make an intelligence check. Yeah.
Can't help with that.
Well, you can assist him. You know Undercommon,
Okay.
so we'll give Zevran
Okay.
advantage. He's a...
You know what? I wonder if it's in the cleric spells, because I'm knowledge cleric. I feel like comprehend languages would make sense, and I feel like it's one of those should be always prepared, but I'm not seeing
Okay,
it.
advantage. Okay, 18.
Load.
Okay. I see a slight pattern here, but that explains maybe a fifth of it. Gods, how long is it? Blind me. All right. I can try. It'll probably take a while, but perhaps on the next daring adventure all of you go on, I can stay at home and figure this out.
And does it look like there's been in the book anywhere there's a year kind of of when this, because we know Malice is really old, but
I did have a date, I'm pretty sure, when Joe was originally giving it to me. Let me check.
And Lila, with that year, I know this is maybe is a little out there because I'm kind of thinking maybe history check, because you know how there's trends through history with language and stuff. If there's ciphers that maybe were commonly used around that time period, or different kind of codes and stuff that were used for secret messages in war or anything like that.
Okay. Go ahead and make a history check. Okay.
Oh well, that wasn't the best, Lila.
So, from what Lila can remember of what the reading she had done of famous thieves or masterminds throughout history, most ciphers are created for a specific purpose. So they tend to all be relatively unique from one another, which makes it harder to to decipher them. They're intentionally built to be complicated, so you can't think or recall of any patterns or trends from any time period that would be relevant.
She won't. She has got nothing.
Well, I suppose this is the best we got right now, if you could spend some time with it. I hate to say that we're not in a hurry, but it's at least something that we have over her. It makes not taking the deal at least feel like we've still gained something.
Yes, I will. I'll work as fast as I can, but in all honesty, if there's any other help that you or anyone else can provide, it would make it go faster.
Well, kind of looks at the party. Bianca is a Payoneer. Maybe we could contact her.
Worth a shot.
Don't you need a cipher in front of you to decipher it, though?
You know, I don't know how that works.
I mean, we could either get a copy or send the book to them if they feel confident. Maybe she got something that she knows, like maybe a piece of the puzzle.
Question: Is there a spell where you can send like a text message image across? You know, like
I was thinking more
If
so
you use the
that
whole sending or something, could you like use a whole sending to send like a mental image?
yeah.
Oh,
But
mentally,
a
yeah.
picture, but a picture's worth 1,000 words, so you need to cast it 40 times.
Oh, but also no crazy. She's with Emerald right now.
Mm-hmm.
Can we like bop her here, bop her back, so she can like jot it down?
Please do, please. I
That's
want
too
that so
much.
bad.
That's fine.
We are setting a dangerous precedent if we start doing that.
Okay, hold on.
Let me look at the. Let me look at the.
Okay.
Let me check the date. Let me check the date. Okay. Okay. So that okay, so challenge 1, challenge 2, challenge 3, challenge 4. So it's the 24th right now. They woke up. So it is the same day. It is the same day as Salamander Coast. So that means that Bianca just broke her pact with the Raven Queen and made a deal with Hades to get new powers. So you can. I mean, you know, it would just be you'd have to message Bianca. Bianca would then have to ask Carasilla to message Emerald to come back to bring Bianca here.
Luckily,
Real quick, instead of doing all this complicated shit, get the message across. Carousel can have scrying. Scry on the party. The party, you know, is going to be mentally willing.
Big
and then
brain.
be able to just see. And then transcribe. Done. Easy. No mental gymnastics.
We have to get out of the pocket dimension so they can scry on us. We have to do that to do sending anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
LOL.
Emma Smart.
Thank you, Gemma.
All right. So we do that then. We'll kind of remove the in between bits, and
Yeah.
we'll cut right to the good stuff. So after 4 or 5 sendings back and forth to coordinate, you get out
Okay,
of the
so
rope.
basically,
Yeah.
yeah. Bianca would tell them about Mimir, who solved the cipher for them for the Salamander Coast and knows Undercommon. So if we are able to copy this down, we can also work on it with Mimir in Maester while Zevran also works on it, and then we can come back together and maybe, you know, 3 heads better than 1, solve it.
Also, as a different solution, you could send Zevran to Maester or send Mimir to here,
Ooh.
and they could just work on it
Whoa.
together. I mean, Emerald's teleporting, anywhere, I mean, if you're gonna have the scrying, it's possible, Zevran also has teleportation circles, so he could just
So does Lila.
get the runes to the teleportation circle in Maester. That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
I feel like...
So scrying is
Nalf-
the best thing to do right now, but
Well, I feel like Nalf would feel better not giving the book away and having, like, whoever's working on it with, like, us. You know what I'm saying?
Mimir could definitely come. I feel like that would be not as crazy if Mimir just relocates than having, like, the book and Zevran relocate, probably.
Yeah. Is Mimir available, you guys?
Yeah. He's got nothing. He's got a whole life left.
He
He's
has
fine.
bodily autonomy now. Like, he's
Yeah.
great.
he has a body
Yeah.
and he's undead, so he doesn't even need to sleep.
Yep, he just worked. So that's how he solved our cipher. He just didn't eat or sleep. He just worked on the
great.
cipher.
Well,
While Zevran needs a break, Mimir can just go, go, go.
He's our little workhorse. We love him.
Yep. It's
Well,
kind of tragic.
let's call him up.
All right, so through that, when Bianca and Salamander Coast gets back to Maester, we will send Mimir wherever Isles is. Sound good?
Yes.
And
That,
Caracilla still scries, so that way Bianca, before Zevran goes, because Zevran's going to be with you guys for a little bit longer, Mimir can start working on that chunk that he receives from Caracilla.
cool.
All right.
We did it.
Good job. Whew, high-level D&D is weird.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was fun.
Yeah. Alrighty. It has been resolved. Kind of. It is on its way to being resolved. Is there
We have a
anything else?
solution.
Cry for absolution. So, as we exit the rope trick,
Are we done talking about Malice?
Oh yeah. Well, did you guys still have more stuff to talk about Malice?
I do, if no one else does.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay. So, like, now, I think you hit the nail on the head that, like, Malice has a problem, because the way that deal was, like, structured, it was like we could call upon each other. And I have a feeling she's going to have a problem knocking on her door somewhat soonish.
Laura Cobb?
And Parido, and anyone else that they've convinced. I mean, it's been a bit... How long has it been since Laura Khan died?
Let me check the calendar.
Or whacked him in the skull
I mean,
18 times.
In the
like a
whole
month.
body 18 times.
Yeah,
Okay, Twig 16th
there was that nice
birthday.
Laura Khan-sized crater in the ground that we found.
Gosh, yeah.
The Wanderers defeat Ivana. The New Life Festival. Wanderers escape the Underdark. Forerunners in Reachka. That's the wrong group name. Runaways meet Ajax.
I was like, Reachka.
So Forerunners arrive in Hearthcrest. Forerunners encounter Danny in trouble. Kingdom's Castle tourney. Assassination attempt on Caracella's life. Wow.
The
First tourney. So it was before the tourney of the first tourney, right? No, it was after.
wasn't... No, because didn't that literally happen the first day we were in Hearthcrest? Because Yorick went and got Geldovan, and Laura Khan was like, hey, there's this ball, go deal with Malice,
Oh yeah.
and then it happened
so that was
night.
that was the 20th of Stormtide. So it has been 2 months.
So he's back.
We're pretty confident that he comes back by then, right? Like, I know we can't nail down, like, a specific time frame, but didn't we get some idea of, like, it takes, like, a month for the Forsaken to come back if they're not killed with Balefire?
Yeah,
That's what I remember.
Okay, so, I mean, 2 months. That's double the time necessary. I know he's big, but come on. So... Sorry. Anyway, so, I mean... I don't know. Like, do you think that the two of them... I mean, I know she has, like, this whole army, but do you think that'd be enough to make her concerned?
Yes and no. I think there's more going on that we don't know. I'm sure that's going to be a major problem for her, especially if the Dark One, I guess, catches wind that there's, infighting amongst his little playthings. It's not a good look for her. And Malice is all about appearances. She wants to look as best as possible so she has the most favor and she can get away with whatever she wants. So it's not a good look, but however, I also think, and this is just me being honest because I unfortunately know the woman well, I think that she wants what he has. I think she wants to be at the top. Lila.
No, I was just gonna ask that to you. I've been wondering this for a while of what purpose is it to, first of all, make a deal with the Dark One, unless you're like extremely desperate, which it seemed like Malice wasn't, so power it seemed like, but then to challenge that, even if she's extremely smart, the risk seems to outweigh the benefit. So I guess you think she wants to essentially take the Dark One's power for herself?
Absolutely. To us, that sounds ludicrous. It sounds exactly what you said. The risk is not going to outweigh the reward. That whole thing. But to Malice, it doesn't matter. She is power hungry. And that power hunger is driving her mad. And she will do anything to have complete and utter devotion and to rule over everything. Don't put it past her. I think that's been her plan this entire time. There's a reason why we were always the fourth house in the city. Never the first, because the fourth, we can lay low, get away with different things, no one bats an eye. Really, she was the one pulling all the strings. She sat at the very, very top. People would always be looking her way. She couldn't get away with what she wanted to do, but again, cares about the fourth house. It's the same thing. She's pulling so many different strings behind Dark One's back. Maybe he's starting to catch on, and that's why she's scared.
I mean, infighting amongst the Forsaken's good for us. And I mean, the Dark One, as far as we've heard, like his whole strategy is targeting leaders and the infrastructure and making sure that, everything's as separated as possible. And it seems like, I know you guys said that Parido had his soldiers that he turned. I don't remember if Laura Khan has. I mean, he has people that listen to him, sure, but I don't know if he has personal minions or subjects. But we know Malice has like an entire army. So I guess my question is there anything we could do to perhaps give a little bit more leverage against Malice to the other two? Even if they can't kill her, whatever they do to her is going to help us.
I agree. However, I don't know how we go about sparking that flame. But we already know they have no love for her, and promise you she has no love for them.
Maybe we, instead of reaching out for it, it's something that we can use as a last-minute lifeline for us if we find ourselves needing to use that information, and say we get cornered by them. I know we're about to go deal with some more of them here in the Forester lands, so maybe we run into more than we expect, and in order to get some off our tail, we send them Malice's way. Start to, pick them off one by one instead of in groups. I'm a little worried there might be more than one at a time.
Yeah, I'm sure others have bonded together. Temporary alliances. I think this is a good start. We have solid enough information on a few of them. And if we can pit them against each other, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just, I don't recommend calling attention to ourselves until we deal with Hazard's Hollow. That is the last thing we need, is more Forsaken showing up when we're trying to deal with that.
You know, hopefully we're lucky, and who knows, maybe in the next few days they already have a plan that they're enacting. Like I said, I don't think it was a coincidence that Malice only required 2 days' notice for us to come aid her if she called upon us. I think she thinks something's going to go down, at least.
Yeah, Nalfian just sighs. He doesn't know.
Well, we made it out. We made it through the festival. We have things we have to do. We know we got to get back to it. And now that the festival's over, we can do that. Let's try to enjoy this little bit of time while we can.
Agreed.
We good then?
Well, actually, whilst we're having group discussions, how did the Nine Hells go? She looks at Yorick.
Oh, that!
Yeah.
Well... Alright, so
Yorick
did
has
everyone read
Vietnam
and or watch the point? Funny story.
I watched
yesterday.
it.
To yesterday. So yeah, everyone knows what happened, right?
I could do with a refresher from
you're gonna
York's
make me-
perspective.
You're gonna do me like that? Alright, so... Alright, so yeah, so, you know, got to the Nine Hells, talked to Aventahala, had this whole plan laid out, was gonna go after the guy. She kind of knew where he was, but he was really hard to get a hold of. So, went down there with Call, and, that's Craig, by the way. Call's his real name, apparently.
Does he prefer Craig or Call?
You know, it didn't come up in the month I was down there.
Wow.
You didn't ask his preferred name?
I asked him ages ago. He said, you couldn't pronounce it. It's way too long and complicated. Bastard pranked me. Fucking 3 letters long. It was really funny, actually, when I learned it, but that's not the point right now. So anyways,
Maybe
we
Call
laid
is
low.
short. Sorry, go on.
It's fine. So anyways, we laid low, gathered some information, and then we learned that there was going to be this infernal, council with a lot of the archdevils and some of the higher leaders up of the Nine Hells. So we snuck in, and long story short, it did not go very well, as, Glacia basically proclaimed that she was going to be the new leader of Hell in her father's place, and she kind of implied that she had killed him, but that's not true. He's still alive. What?
Just her apparently killing. Okay, all right.
Well, right, but she hadn't. She's a liar, like devils tend to be.
Yeah.
Smart move, because no one really knew. Apparently, wherever he's hiding, it's working. So, yeah, she basically proclaimed that, and then all hell broke loose because she started killing basically all the people who refused to bow to her. Whole fight broke out. Fight wasn't going well, so I pulled out the Empyrean's judgment, summoned an Empyrean, and ended up leveling the entire tower. So then, after that, ended up leaving with the city in complete and total ruin, with her day being ruined, and I came back here. Oh, and how good of a mood are we all in right now? Just gauging the room here real quick.
Yuri's mouth is slightly open as she's taking in all of this, oh my fucking god, okay.
I mean, I just had to speak
She's
to my
mostly
mother.
stunned.
It's not the greatest of moods.
Okay, but you're not mad at me. Okay, we'll take that. So,
That was fine.
all right, cool. So,
Twig?
hear me out. Yeah, Twig's fine, right? This is nothing new for her.
Yeah, I mean,
Just York doing York things. These things happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so, with Glacia basically siding with the Dark One and trying to unite the Hells, it creates a problem that we need to kind of sort out. And right now, the best way to do that is to, make sure Asmodeus keeps ruling the Hells, because as the epitome of all evil, he continues to turn the Hells against each other and turns them into ravaging one another rather than the material plane. So, we can just move on past that and talk about that later if we want.
Do you want to slow down for a second and just repeat that last bit at a pace that we can all hear?
Oh, you didn't catch that? Okay, I'm sorry.
I caught it. I just want to make sure I caught it right before I yell.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, their whole plan is to unite the entirety of the Nine Hells and basically 100% end the Blood War, and then come after the material plane to subject it to the Dark One, because, Mesvin Kelnos was there, meant to say that, so, he's out of that pocket dimension, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, and was, talking to, Glacia's enforcer, so, they're buddies now, it looks like. And yeah, I mean, I think I probably delayed the Hells being united under her by ruining her big day, but, I think a lot of the Devils are pretty tired of how Asmodeus was running things. So if he doesn't come back, they're probably gonna side with her. And material plane's great and all, but literally anything the Devils send at us, even if we kill him, would just come back. Repeatedly. Forever.
I would just like to the first one to say that, I don't know how willing either party is going to be to accomplish this. I understand it's necessary. I'm just throwing that out there. Alfian slowly puts his hands up and backs off the situation.
Okay. If nobody was happy with how he was running things, what makes us think that we're going to be able to get him back in charge if that's even something we wanted to do? No one's going to want to follow him again. It's not going to work.
I mean, it's Asmodeus, right? I mean, he's been there for a long-ass time.
Mm-hmm.
There were still a lot of people that were loyal to him. And if he came back...
And devils, just to add to your point, Yorick, are lawful. Going against their king, ruler, that's anarchy. Unlawful. It's against their nature.
Surely if we kill Glacia instead, they've got nobody to rally behind. And then it all just falls to chaos anyway.
I think
I
the bigger
think the
problem
thing is we don't want chaos, though, right? If they want to unite, I don't know that Glacia is going to be the only way they do that. There would be another person that rises up and, well, tries to do the same. And if the Forsaken are getting involved, then I'm sure they'd have the ability to do so. But as much as no one likes it, if we keep a bad leader in place, keep Asmodeus in place, then, well, hopefully none of that would happen.
He's not just a bad leader. We've met him.
And what if Glacia is worse?
Real quick, is Zevran in the pocket dimension when you guys let him be in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he agreed to the whole cipher plan, so he'd still be there.
Okay.
At least that's what I was assuming.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure before I interjected as him. After Twig's point and Eurydice's sigh, I think he would say, There might be another path. I don't know if this is something that anyone would be excited about. But I think there could be a different pathway of installing a new leader. One that isn't Osmodeus, considering the baggage, understandable baggage that Eurydice has with him, and is not Glacia, and is not Chaos. What if there was a more radiant figure that could rule over the 9 hells? If say someone who has gone up against Osmodeus before, like Eurydice, took his place, or even maybe someone else, if not Eurydice, maybe the Radiant Dread. I didn't. I wanted to introduce a few more ideas since it seemed as though Osmodeus was a bit of a tough point there, understandably so.
Just slightly a bit of a tough point. Yuri, like, gestures at her very burned, crispy arm in the shape of a snake.
Crispy.
Crispy. Okay. You're suggesting we put somebody else in charge rather than them. Okay. Alright.
It doesn't have to be either one of the two that I put forward, but it...
What does Aventahala feel about... I mean, devils, they all want power, right? Wouldn't that maybe be interesting to her? And as far as devils go, she's the one I feel the most comfortable with.
Yeah, so this doesn't leave this room because she'd probably be mad that I told you. But funny story. Yeah, so she doesn't want to do it anymore. So what happened basically in life, she basically like served the wild hunt, and she actually met Osmodeus, who was disguised as a humanoid at the time, and they had a relationship, and they were together, and they were happy. And then the Dark One showed up and offered her a spot as a Forsaken, and she turned him down. Osmodeus apparently saw the conversation, though, and got jealous or scared that he was going to lose her to the Dark One. And so he basically cast her into hell himself and turned her into a devil. And she's been trying to find a way to combat him ever since. And it's only when, gesturing to Yuri, that he was recently destroyed that she regained a lot of her freedom. But she just can't do this for thousands of more years.
Ooh, that's entirely reasonable. And also awful. Oh my god. I can't ever say that I'm sorry that happened to her because we're not supposed to know, but that is...
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was like, damn. Okay, I'm following now.
Okay. How quickly does this need to happen? What's the situation now with the Nine Hells?
I mean, I was only in the one, I mean, technically 2 layers, but I was really only spending a lot of time in the 1 layer, and I got out of there real quick, so I can't really say what the follow-up has been, but I know words paint a picture, but it was bad. Like, I left it in a bad state. So I don't really know how everyone's responding.
Okay. Well, that amount of disruption and chaos, and hopefully lack of belief in Glacier's ability to keep things under control for now, should give us a bit of time before people start properly rallying behind her. Hopefully. So we can think about what we're going to do.
I do think we have some time. I guess we can all just think on it to see what we have. A few options, and we can, see what ideas start to either warm up to us, or we learn more information that guides us to either new solutions or backs up some of the solutions that we've already kind of thought of.
Right, I don't think we shouldn't be rushing into something like that. That is going to change a lot of really important major waves we are making, no matter who we put there. And it could be very dangerous either way. And Eurydice, it's not a position you should feel like you have to make a decision on right now for yourself either.
We also do have the benefit that with us continuing to fight back against the Dark One, maybe even though Glacia and Mezenkelnos or whoever's, on this campaign, maybe those devils can see that that's still shaky ground. There's nothing saying that what they're able to promise is going to happen. So we are actively making strides against it still, even if we haven't found a solution yet. We're not doing nothing.
But we need more information to move forward. I agree, Lila. What a great day this has been, am I right? No? Okay.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. So what are we doing tonight? Are we going to go and cry? Are we going to go and respectively nap? Or are we going to go and drink? There's several options.
Drinking sounds like the option I'm most interested in.
Because the ceremony's not until tomorrow, right?
Correct.
Tomorrow morning.
Okay.
An evening where we just pretend this isn't happening. We don't look up at any point. Because then we don't have to see it. And then we just get to vibe, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be so fine.
We're celebrating that Yorick's back and that everyone survived today. To life.
Yay.
Yeah. L'chaim.
L'chaim.
That's what I got.
What language is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, see, there was this one guy, he was a carpenter, I don't know.
I thought Tevi was a farmer. Okay.
What? No, it was a different... Okay, what?
Anyway.
Wait, are you insinuating that the Jewish language, or that started with Jesus?
No. Never mind. I thought I was being funny. But clearly I'm an idiot. Let's move on.
No, it was really funny. See, because I was referencing Fiddler on a
Lila
Roof.
is going to leave Rope Trick and take Zevran's hand and say, let's dance and drink.
Okay.
Unless he's not up for that and just wants to work on the cipher.
No, he'll definitely. He's not gonna turn that down to work on a crusty book. So he'll join you, and all of you will descend from the rope trick into the nighttime air. And, I mean, even though it has been rather desolate the past few nights, there is life in the festival right now. I mean, people are happy that their loved ones, their significant others, that they survived this final trial. You can see that there is a little bit of life that has been brought back into this place. Mostly dancing, mostly singing. There are some food and drinks that are available. And the best part is, all of it, considering this is the final night that the tourney will be celebrated, all the food and drink is free. So, anything and everything you want.
Mistake.
Till the kegs are dry.
Yes, because money is such an issue for us right now.
Right.
So,
Joe,
yes,
can I keep an eye out for Annalise, please?
you may.
Slash look for her, kind of.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and say
Lila
make a.
also will, but to keep away from her.
So go ahead and both of you make a perception check,
Okay.
just for funsies.
Yuri rolls low and doesn't see her. Lila rolls really high and sees her, but just stays away, so just no one ever finds her.
Well, no, mine's 15.
15?
It's okay. I mean, if I find her and Yuri doesn't, she would point her out to Yuri, but I think Lila's like, this girl does not want to talk to me.
I can't do that. Okay, it's 15.
Also
We both
15.
got the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what would Eurydice be doing on this evening? Obviously looking around, but is she just searching, or is she participating in other activities as she's looking around?
I think she'd, like, casually kind of be, like, having a drink, maybe kind of floating on the edges of conversations or, like, whether her friends are, but not being super, super engaged. Kind of just, like, floating around the edges between actively looking.
Okay. And Zevran and Lila are currently dancing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, Eurydice, as you stand near the edge, it is quieter. The music isn't nearly as loud or as blaring. You go around the edges, maybe every once in a while getting a small snack or a drink, but you look. And before you find her, she finds you. As with a 15, you search and you look and you look and you look, but you can't find her anywhere. And at the moment, you feel like you're just about to give up and head back into the festival. You hear a voice behind you say, "Are you looking for someone in particular?" And as you turn around, there you can see Annalise.
You don't have to sneak up on me. You could have just, you know, done the normal thing and walked in front.
You're right. I know, but it's hard to break old habits.
Are you going to dimension door away again, or are we going to have an actual conversation about this?
Yes, there are things I need to tell you. Because I feel bad for not being honest with you before. And you see her, she kind of searches for the words to say and eventually says, "Maybe at one point in my life I dreamed of being a gleeman. I did want to tell stories. I wanted to learn about people and grow their legacy. But a long time ago I found out I was a lot better at listening and hearing other people's stories, but not really that great at telling them. It led me down a road into a line of work that has ended me up where I am now. I serve as the spy master for Queen Elizabeth Omen and for Sir Aveline. I could get in a lot of trouble for telling you this, so I'm telling you because I really started to care for you. Initially, my instruction was to come to wherever the Forerunners were and learn more about them, to see if Lady Twig and Sir Nalfian, if they were truly what they had been billed to be from the first tourney, about the myth or the rumors that had spread about what happened in Wheat Hill were true, about the Tatianas, about the Macavian soldier from House Nassim. I was sent to verify all those things. And it was very clear very early on I had a conflict of interest. And I could tell that I was suspect when Lila attempted to peer into my mind. You see, there are many devices that I use to prevent that very thing from happening. Because if anyone were to get a hold of me to know what I am and what I do, and to learn what I know, much of Tarkir could fall. But I didn't want to lie to you anymore. Because if the stories are true about what they say about you, then there's no crueler thing that I could do than that. So I'm sorry. And I understand if you can't forgive me, but I wanted to at least be honest so you knew the truth.
Joe, can Yuri's like, is so intently watching her, trying to figure out if this is another ploy or if she's genuinely remorseful.
Make an insight
So
check.
she wants to insight to see if this is like, she's like so sad. She doesn't look like at all disappointed or anything. She just looks really sad.
Yeah.
Okay, I only have +1 to insight. This is bullshit.
Book bullshit.
Oh, this is a 7.
I mean, as far as you can tell, she's being honest. And, you know, if nothing else, you can tell she really wants you to believe her.
Oh, I don't even know why I'm trying to tell if you're lying or not. Because I know I wouldn't be able to tell. You're too good at it.
Listen, if you need to know, I can break my attunement from the device, and I can let Lila read my mind. If you need to know.
Okay. Look, this might have actually worked, you know, the whole us not being suspicious of you if you'd literally chosen anybody else. I just naturally, the moment somebody is interested in me for anything, get suspicious. Like, literally from the first moment you talk to me. That was on you. And I really want to trust you, because I really liked you. Just, okay. Don't disappear again, alright? If you stay here, just give me, please, just a moment.
I'll wait right here, and you're to see if it's any consolation. I didn't want to start with anyone else.
Okay, alright. Okay. Yuri, like, holds up her hands, like, just give me a minute. And she's gonna, like, go into wherever the people are dancing, and then just kind of, like, mildly shove Zephyr out the way. And be like, I need your
okay, alright, okay.
Is everything okay?
Yeah. Just keep dancing, like, everything's fine. Yeah, so, Annalise just showed up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yuri, like, looks around, is like, okay, everyone's dancing. Like, dancing is the best way to share information about people listening, because they're all busy dancing. And she, like, whispers to Lila, she's the spy master for, like, the Queen Omen.
Oh my.
Okay. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah. And you couldn't read her mind because she had this, like, you know, this thing that stops that from happening, because that'd be real bad. But she said that she doesn't want to lie anymore, and if you wanted to, she could break the attunement, so you can read her mind and verify that she's not lying to us anymore.
Do you mean if I want to, or if you want me to?
Well, I mean...
Come on, let's go. I'll be right back, Zevran.
All right. Okay.
I'll bring it back in a minute, I promise.
All right.
Look, I don't think Annalise likes me, though.
I think she's just a bit spooked.
That's fair.
And you would be too.
Mm-hmm.
She's an important person.
Supposed
I
to
really
be.
like her. Like, she's so... How am I supposed to trust somebody who I can't even tell if they're lying? And their whole job is to lie.
Well... I understand why you're so distrusting, why we're all so distrusting. But I'm definitely happy to just take the precaution and pry for a little bit. But maybe this is how you might be able to heal a little bit. Trust can be dangerous, but it also... The heart needs to trust. It sucks that we live in a world where that beauty is taken advantage of, but that doesn't mean we can't or shouldn't. And I know you trust us, the immediate circle, but that's not enough.
Okay. Alright, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And if this goes badly, if I trust someone and it goes badly again, it's on your head.
You know what? I'm gonna take that leap. I'll take the fall if it's all bad and everything. Because I trust that not everybody is bad. Or ill-intended.
Okay. Yuri's gonna lead Lila over to where Annalise is still hopefully waiting.
She's gone.
As you
It
get
was-
there,
I don't trust
Doesn't
anybody.
again.
Bye. It's dramatic.
she's still there.
Crazy. I think Lila will sheepishly approach and be like, "Hi, sorry. I hope you know it wasn't the
It's
first
okay.
time I tried.
I
It
know,
wasn't.
I know.
I tend to be the trusting one." So we've been
You can
just
see
really
she's
burned.
already starting to take off the
Yeah.
the amulet.
All right, and then she will read her mind.
So as you do, she will choose to fail the second, right? Because with that one, there's like a second saving throw if you choose to probe deeper. Or-
No, that's the spell. This
That's
is
the
just
spell.
an ability. So I think I just get choose one creature 60 feet. Wisdom saving throw just in general.
Mhm.
On a success, can't use it here. Yeah. Surface thoughts for 1 minute. You can cast suggestion. Oh, and then I can see that's different. Yeah, just surface thoughts. But yeah.
Okay. Let me check one thing here real quick. Do you have detect thoughts prepared? I feel like as a knowledge cleric, you.
Look, as a knowledge cleric, I feel like they need to give me better spells.
Well, I mean, if you have the ability to basically do half of detect thoughts, I doubt that they would force you to have that as one of your prepared spells as well.
Yeah. I don't have it prepared. I
you
don't
do
even
not.
know if it's a cleric spell, though.
Detect thoughts? I thought it was.
I don't know.
Detect.
I probably.
It is
I don't
not
see
actually. It is not a cleric spell.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, so as you peer in, she does choose to fail the saving throw. And you can see she sort of inhales and exhales and sort of lets go and says, "Okay, Eurydice, ask me any question you want me to answer."
Is this a ploy? Are you being genuine? Do you actually want to be honest with us about all of this?
It is not a ploy. I am being honest. And Lila, that's what her inner thoughts have. On the surface level, since you can't peer too deeply, initially there is an instinct to conceal, but she's saying the truth. Like, it's going against her nature to tell the truth about this thing. And you would also be able to get on the surface thoughts the sorrow and the regret.
Okay. She'll nod to Eurydice.
Okay. And what do you want with the party after this? And with me, I guess.
Well, I feel like that's two very different questions. With the party, I've collected all the intel I was supposed to. Queen Aveline thinks very highly of all of you, and that information will be passed along to... Heir apparent Aveline thinks very highly of all of you, and that information will be passed along to Queen Elizabeth Omen before your meeting with her. That Lord Ambrose will be creating. But what I want to do with you, I want to see where it goes. And that's all honest.
Lila will nod to Eurydice again.
Okay.
Can I actually ask a question, Eurydice, real quick?
Yeah.
She'll turn to Annalise. If I step away right now, do you promise just to be honest with Eurydice? At least right now, but give her the opportunity to rebuild that trust with you.
I do. And it's truthful.
And then Lila's gonna turn to Eurydice. I don't think you need me anymore.
Thank you.
She'll give Eurydice a hug, and then as she pulls away, a little wink, and then she's gonna go back to dancing with her boyfriend.
Yuri looks at Annalise and is like, I am sorry, that
See, she puts
must,
the amulet
it's like
back
an
on.
invasion of trust, but also
No,
I've been lied to by so many people in my life, and I trust somebody who I know could lie to me, and I wouldn't know the difference. That's a whole new level of trust, and I just had to have a good starting point, like a clean starting point, I guess.
I understand, and Eurydice, I'm being honest with you right now because I don't want to lie to you. From this point, I promise you I'll never lie to you again, but I can't promise to always tell you everything. I know you would never dream of telling anybody anything I would ever say to you, but there are some questions about what I do and who I talk to that I just can't tell you. My duty is to the heir apparent and to the queen. They saved me from an awful life, and I need to repay that. But I can promise you no deception from this point on. I don't want to.
I don't need you to tell me everything, and I don't expect you to. There are things that there are things that I don't tell people. Lots of people, because we shouldn't have to share everything, but I try not to lie as much anymore. There's a difference between being honest that you're not telling somebody something and actively gaslighting them. I just need you to not gaslight me and lie.
If that's all you need from me, that is a really short list, and I'm very confident I can do that.
Good. I was about to say I'm a simple person, but I don't think that's
No, you're
right.
not.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You're not. You're.
I'm not very simple either, so we'll be complicated together.
I'm good. I would love to be complicated together.
Okay. And you see, she looks to you for a moment, smiling, and sort of looks from you and looks back to the crowd of people in the dance floor and says, "Is there anything else? Because if not, well," she looks to the music.
I think we should dance. I have missed dancing.
Well, then let's dance. And Eurydice, the two of you grab hands and head out. And in this moment, what is what is Eurydice feeling? Like, what does Annalise see on Eurydice's face as the two of them are dancing?
I think she genuinely looks actually quite happy. I think there's like she's making a conscious effort not to look up at the sky where like the rift is. She's just trying to focus on like Annalise and the dancing, and clearly kind of trying to put everything else just to one side for a minute and enjoy this like moment that they're in instead. She looks relieved as well. Like, for a moment, she thought she was going to have to make a really devastating, hard choice. But she's just so happy to not have had to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So, Eurydice, you can see that a lot of those feelings are reciprocated with your passive insight. And on top of that, you can tell that there's no effort to conceal anymore. In this moment, with you, she is happy. And Eurydice, after so long, after so much pain and heartache and heartbreak and struggle, not to be too on the nose, but in this moment, you do finally feel like you're allowed to be happy. So, as the dancing continues throughout the night, as Eurydice spends time with Annalise, was there any other things you wanted to do with Annalise or anything else you wanted to say? Or just enjoy the moment and then prepare yourself for tomorrow?
You're just vibing, fam.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Nothing else, just vibing.
So, Eurydice and Annalise continue to vibe for the rest of the evening. But to the rest of you, Yorick, Nalfian, and Twig, was there anything the three of you wanted to do on this evening? Or just enjoying the festivities?
I will say, obviously, you know, Twig will definitely be there for, like, dancing shit as well, but like I think since obviously, you know, we've spent a long time in the Astral Sea and then we've been in like, you know, cities a bunch, I think, you know, realizing this is the last night and she hasn't really done it, I think Twig would just want to at some point just pop out and just vibe away from where the party is and just like take in obviously this really enhanced natural place thanks to the Green Lady. And she'll take Doglin with her so she's not alone, blah blah blah. But yeah, she just wants to just have a moment just away from things, but she doesn't feel like she has to be a lady or anything, and just, you know, have that connection knowing that, like, you know, having to go to Hazren, there's not going to be much there, but she's going to need to bring that, so yeah. She just wants to spend a moment. Not looking for anything.
Yeah, of course. You spend the moment removed from all the people and the music. You reflect on your journey up until this point and the time you still have left and everything that there still is left to do. But you think back to the girl living in the villa who would barely step outside to hang out with her rabbits, to this lady now who has traveled the cosmos, and you can't help but in that moment to be at least a little proud of yourself. You can see that Doglin is also very happy to be removed from the party. He loves people, but the noise was a lot for him, and you can see there are these like little lightning bugs or fireflies, whatever you want to call them, that are currently sort of zipping around, and you can see Doglin is just kind of running and jumping, trying to catch them in his mouth. Just really enjoying being outside and being able to freely run and roam. So, Twig, you enjoy the views of Doglin, sometimes jumping and trying to catch a bug, but failing and kind of falling on his side and rolling and getting back up and continuing to run around. And
Mighty warrior.
yes, he is the mightiest. Believe it or not. This guy fought a demigod. What the hell? He's faced
fireflies.
forsaken.
Oh, bless him.
Oh, yeah. Well, Kayla knows that woe. Doggelin was not very good at biting people when they had really high AC.
He couldn't hit.
Even with advantage.
Yeah, we don't need to relive those days.
So, with that, Twig, you spend a good portion of the rest of your night out there. So, with that, Nalfian, Yorick, as we move away from the forest and back into the festival, are the two of you doing anything specific?
Kayla, you got anything?
Yeah, but I saw you raising your hand, so you can go first, big dog.
My thing would be towards the end, so if you want to go first, that's totally fine. There's time for both of us.
Yes. So, I don't know. I think Nalfian. It's weird. There's been a roller coaster of emotions, I'm sure, for everybody since we've been here. But he's also feeling a little reflective. You know, the moment he got here, he was very nervous at first. But then once he kind of understood what really this whole thing was about, he started to feel more confident. Until that confidence was tested with the Dragu situation. But then, after speaking with the Green Knight, I think he had a realization on who he wanted to be and how he was going to go about doing that. So, you know, I feel like for the first part of the night, you know, seeing Twig kind of wanting to go off, he doesn't want to bother her. He's a lot to say to her, but he didn't want to interrupt a moment that he felt she also needed. So he'd probably just walk around, just kind of taking in everything. Not really drinking or anything. It's not really his vibe anymore. Watching other people dance, but I don't really think he's dancing. But at one point he would like to find Dickon.
Alrighty. So you look around, and it's not hard to find him. He's not trying to conceal himself or anything like that. He is drinking, eating some food. Every once in a while, he dances with his wife, but then will return back to the seating to continue to drink a little bit and eat a little bit. Obviously happy that he's survived this long. But you find him, and he sees you. He takes a drink, and Nalfian! Hello, my friend! Please take a seat, take a seat! I'm very happy you made it.
Me too. I'm glad. How many have you had tonight?
Oh, I think this is 2, not too many.
Well, if you don't mind, I just had a couple questions I wanted to pass by.
Of course, sure.
So, after all this is over, what are your plans next?
Whew. Well, I haven't thought too much about it, if I'm being honest. I suppose maybe return home, celebrate that I was one of the knights that was able to at least succeed one of the Green Lady's trials. Yeah, I haven't thought about it too much, if I'm being honest.
Right. It's all right. I mean, I would still need to speak with Lady Twig, of course, but I wanted to offer you, if you were interested, when we leave here, we are planning on going to Hosrin's Hollow. We are planning on retaking back Forester Land, and I thought maybe it would be nice to have a fellow Knight Commander by my side who would be willing to help with that. I know that a dream that we both share is to be recognized for the good that we do. And I thought it'd be invaluable to have a good knight at my side. But I understand that this is asking a lot, and I want you to understand that there is a lot of risk going into this. It is going to be incredibly dangerous. but the stronger knights we have, I think the better our outcome will be. But you don't have to give me an answer right now. Enjoy our last night here. I just wanted you to know that you are welcome at our table anytime.
I am flattered, Nalfian. And I think I'm allowed to say this. I feel as though with what I was able to accomplish at this tourney, I feel as though I'm going to have a little bit more say in what I'm free to do. So, I'd be more than happy to accept your offer and be there for you and for Lady Forrester and for the rest of your companions.
Alf will smile and offer his hand.
And Dickon will return and he'll shake your hand.
Yeah, because House Holt did say they were going to help, right?
They were one of the deniers, I believe. Holt, Harker, and Kjaldason all denied. I think.
Yes.
Well, maybe we can steal this minor house from underneath them. They come with us. But hey, he agreed, so alright.
Can't hold him, ayo.
A handshake is worth more than words. They shook on it.
Okay. All right. So with that, is there anything else for Sir Dickon?
No, now we'll just give him a little handshake. And then he would like to go and try to find Twig, but he understands if he isn't able to.
Okay. Yeah, well, how was Twig trying to conceal herself? Was she trying to kind of sneak away a bit, or was it more just she headed off in that direction?
No, I mean, she straight up would have told people. Like, she's not gonna just sneak off and make people worry.
Okay.
So yeah, she just wanted to have like a moment away from like, you know, everything and just could be in that kind of natural sphere, you know. That was all. She's not like, no,
Okay.
don't speak to me.
Okay, all right, cool. I just wanted to make sure. So then Nalfian, yeah, you could find her pretty easily.
Oh, it's nice and pretty out here. Music change. Now would find Twig, and he would just laugh at Doglin, and then... Do you mind if I join you out here?
No, of course.
I'll sit on the ground, because I know Twig's sitting on the ground.
Absolutely.
Her bare feet touching the grass.
Ew, no, Scott.
I mean, fuck you. You don't like the feel of grass in between your toes? What's wrong with you? It's my Ursa coming out. Anyway.
Wow.
Alright, well, Dalf will sit next to her, on the ground, with our dogs covered.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, how would you feel if and I may have already asked Dickon, so it's gonna be real awkward if you say no. If Dickon and his house joins us taking back Hasmond's Hollow.
I mean, the Holtz refused us, though. I wouldn't want to get him in trouble.
I think with what he's done here today, I think that, and his words, he has a little bit more say in what he can and can't do. I feel as though he wouldn't have agreed if he thought there'd be a bad outcome on his end. But I figured if we had more good knights who knew what they were doing, it would strengthen our odds at least.
Right, no, of course. I mean, I wouldn't want to turn away any help that we can get.
Great.
Although, I would ask that he at least talks to Lord Holt before truly agreeing to anything.
I'll make sure he does that. Alright, are you ready for a harder question?
I want to say no, but I feel like I should say yes.
Great. If you had to make a wish, what would you wish for?
I honestly don't know. I would say for things to be okay, but I feel like that's far too general. There's a lot of things that are just not.
Yeah.
Do you not know what you would wish for?
I do. I mean, honestly, I would wish for a lot of things. And things to be okay would be on that list, for sure.
Well, I mean, I also feel like you shouldn't tell me any others.
I'm not going to tell you my
well.
wish.
Okay.
No,
I just wanted
won't.
to make sure.
I know. No, when I first got here, there was something I had in mind. And then throughout the entire tournament, I've gone back and forth on a few things, but I know what my actual wish will be, and that I, of course, will not be telling you.
Good. I also feel like you shouldn't tell me the ones that you don't want to wish for, because then I feel like that would also kind of lead to things. But no matter, you're smart. You make good decisions, I'm sure. Whatever it is. If, of course, it is given.
Exactly.
I'm sure it'll be a good wish.
He kind of holds up his hand, Twig. I know. You are the biggest warrior I've ever met. I would never reveal any wishes that could have been or will be the wish. But I appreciate you telling me I make good decisions. Sometimes. I've been better. And I'm getting better. I just wanted to know what your wish would be. That's all.
Oh, sorry, I don't think I've obviously put in as much thought as you have.
It's okay. I like the one you gave. For everything to be better. That's not my wish. It won't be, I promise. But that's a good one.
I mean, it can't be now at this point, because I would know it, so it wouldn't
I know.
work.
And we've already ruined that, right?
Was that a bad thing? That wasn't actually going to be your wish, right?
That
And
wasn't my wish, Twig. I promise it wasn't my wish.
Okay.
Okay. I'll shut up and stop making you worry. I promise.
Yeah, she's like doing like several insight checks just simultaneously, just trying to figure it out. I'm not gonna roll for any of them, obviously, but like,
No.
she's like, man, have I fucked this up? I don't want to fuck this up.
No. And you can see he has a big smile on his face. He wouldn't risk that. And he just kind of sighs, and he's gonna like lay back and look up at the sky. In the direction that's not the giant hole, if possible.
Yeah.
I don't know what directional where that is, but he's gonna
right
look
above you.
the other way. Oh fuck, okay.
So, like, if you just look there, you know, like, you're fine.
Yeah.
But it's like, if you look, like, there, you're not.
Alright. He's gonna adjust to look that way.
Swiggle, like, similarly, like, plop down next to him.
You know, I must say, if you rub Douglin's belly, it does make a lot of things a lot better.
Doggling right now.
Now sighs and starts to rub his belly.
Okay,
See?
all right, enough of that.
You know what? You're right. It does. I already feel 10 times better. I can't imagine how he's feeling. I love how that's not picking up, Joe, but I could hear it.
I think the stream can pick up on it too.
Yeah, now he'll put one arm around Twig and one hand petting Dogglin.
Doglin's. Oh, Doglin's living life right now. Yeah. Okay.
And Elf, he doesn't have anything else. If Twig doesn't mind, he wanted to share that moment with her.
Alrighty.
And Dogglin.
And Dogglin.
Oh, yeah.
Doglin's here too, alright? So.
Yeah, means third wheel here. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, I know. I see it.
Okay. So, with that, we return to the festival. York, the festival's still happening in full swing. What are you doing?
Yorick has no qualms drinking, so he's definitely doing that because alcohol in the hells tastes like shit. So, it's definitely catching up on his, material plane cuisine that he's very much been missing. Definitely dancing, definitely enjoying himself, but as everyone's kind of going their separate ways, I think towards the end when he can see that things are starting to die down, but it's not like everyone's leaving yet, he's gonna head off to the tent of House Harker, and he's waiting for Marjorie to come back from the party.
Okay. Alrighty. So, yeah. The music of the festival still happening as you leave just a little bit early. You can hear it in the distance, but it seems as though Marjorie is heading back to her tent a little bit earlier. As you sort of sit out there and wait, you introduce yourself to the guards that are there, and they obviously have no qualms with you sitting there. But as she arrives, she says, "Oh, Yorick, I didn't anticipate seeing you here, but welcome. Would you like to come inside?"
Yeah, it'd be great. Thank you.
Welcome. And she enters, waves to the guards, and you walk in behind her.
Yorick will pull out some of his, trademarked moonshine that he has.
Okay.
Do you have any cups, or you
Yeah.
not thirsty?
No, I could definitely drink. You see she grabs 2 cups and sets them down on the table.
He'll pour one for himself and one for her.
Thank you.
So how you feeling after today? And he'll drink first, just in case she's worried he did something to the drink.
Yeah, no, she's not. She's not worried. She drinks at about the same time as you do, and says, "Good. I suppose I'm alive. I've made it very far, and I'm proud of myself for that."
Right. I mean, just specifically with the whole getting, dropped into a dimension with, the most evil drow to ever live. I was checking more in on that.
Yeah, no, I think that I have intentionally been trying to erase that from my memory.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. There are some things I don't think we can ever forget.
True.
I don't know what to make of it, if I'm being honest.
How so?
I have lived a rather uneventful life, all things considered. I've never seen war or been in great battles. And it's so strange. Because I felt so small. I felt the spiders crawling up my legs, creeping into my armor. Ready to strike at a moment's notice. I know that if things would have gone poorly there, I would have died. And if she had so much power and has so much disdain for all of you for denying her request. Why didn't she?
I don't know. From what I've heard of her, I think she's hoping that one day we're going to be desperate enough to say yes. But she knows that if she just makes a display of power by killing you or killing all of you, then I think she knows that she wouldn't be able to convince any of us, you know? The wound would be too fresh. She's acting merciful to come across like she's something she's not. That's my theory. I don't know. Lila's the one that can read minds.
I think that's fair. But I'm not sure if the only reason you came here was for a mental health checkup. Was there something else on your mind?
It was most of it, for what that's worth.
That's nice. All things considered, you know.
You weren't in the best spot last time we saw each other. I don't think that's an unfair thing to say.
No, it's fair.
So I'm from Bacavia, and my entire life growing up I was in a very small area, you know, like I would go out and I'd explore and do some stuff, but I didn't get very far, you know. I'm not world traveled, as they say. And so when I was sent off on this quest to meet up with the rest of the Forerunners, I thought the world was going to be so big. And, you know, for the first little bit traveling, it really was. And it amazes me how, with everything that continues to happen, it feels like the world keeps getting smaller with just every passing thing. The crack in the sky, Malice. I was actually in the Hells before I was here. That was a whole thing. I'll tell you later. But I think I'm starting to realize that I think some of the things that we hold on to really, really tightly, I think we realize that maybe they're not as important or as big of a deal as we thought. But as we're willing to let those things go, it allows us to hold tighter to the things that are important, you know?
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense to me.
I was really harsh on you last time we met. I think you made a decision you thought was right with all the knowledge you had at the time while you were in a bad position. And I looked at you from where I was, knowing what I knew, and I got upset with you. Which wasn't really fair looking back on it, you know?
Yeah.
The closer we get to whatever's gonna happen, I think it's gonna depend on all of us being willing to trust each other more and not letting small things get in our way. Are you alright? I feel like I've upset you.
No, it's a lot to think about. I hadn't thought about what happened in Hearthcrest in about a month. Just trying to move past it, but I think you're right. I think it's time to move past it in a healthier way. I've heard
York's
what Henry's been doing recently, and he's in a much better spot. And maybe there's something more I can do to help him.
I think you should do what you can to, at the very least privately with the king, legitimize your lineage. The Dark One always targets the leaders and those in charge. Those who, when they die, things become more complicated for everyone underneath them, you know? I think if you went about doing it honestly, I don't think it's a bad idea to have your claim in case something does happen to them. Now, I'm no royal, I don't know how any of that works, but was just a thought.
I think it's a good idea. Instead of returning home after the festival, I'll return to Raven Rock. Considering I was one of the few knights from Iverion that made it this far, I'm sure the king would at least be willing to speak with me.
I can put in a good word for you if you like. He and I are kind of buddies, it's not a big deal.
Well then, please. I'm sure anything would help.
Yorick's gonna stand up and reach into his bag, and he's gonna pull out this bundle, just kind of wrapped in cloth, and set it down. And untucking it, it's gonna be the half spear that her assassination plot was originally. Yeah, Yorick has had that the entire time.
There, yeah.
And he'll just kind of show it to her. I'm ready to let this go. I only want you to have it as a reminder that maybe we just both need to find better ways sometimes.
She nods and says, I think you're very right. And with that, she'll take one longer look at it. You're not sure exactly what she plans to do with it. You can see she has a lot of ideas right now. But you're very, very, very confident that that spear will never be used against an enemy combatant. She takes one final sip,
Oh, God.
finishing off the cup, and says, well, it was very nice of you to stop by, Yorick.
I hope it helped and didn't just reopen old wounds.
No, it helped. I think there may have been something festering there that you helped cleanse, so thank you.
Like I said, sometimes things we hold on to, we need to let go. That doesn't mean it's easy, though.
She nods in agreement.
Yorick will stand up and kind of fix his cloak after sitting down, and he'll offer a hand.
Yeah, and she will return with the handshake.
For what it's worth, didn't hear anyone calling you names during the tournament. That's progress, right?
That is progress.
I think all of you left for this conflict coming up. I think you're going to do a lot more than you realize.
If you all are the example that we should follow, then yes, I think we will be doing a lot.
Have a good night, Marjorie. I'll see you tomorrow.
You as well, Yorick. And with that, you head out of the tent. And at this point, it is rather late in the evening, so by this point, all members of the Forerunners of Fate are returning to the tent. Yorick, you leave from Marjorie with the kind words that you gave her, knowing that a positive change will be made in her life from this point on. Nalfian and Twig, as you leave from the grove, the two of you feel the bond that you have throughout this tourney has been strengthened, more so than it ever was before. And regardless of who receives the wish tomorrow, you know that you fought valiantly. You were a true symbol of knighthood. And that regardless, wish or not, Hazran's Hollow will be cleansed. And Twig's land will finally be healed. Lila and Zevran return to the tent after a night of dancing and Eurydice. You return to your tent with Lila and Zevran, but not before giving a small goodnight kiss on the cheek to Annalise before you head away. That was something she messaged me about. I didn't make Eurydice do that. Okay, just wanted to clarify. So,
I was a little confused, so actually thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
I needed the confirmation it happened for the fan art. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So, with that, I will say, in game, Annalise does. You know, you realize now, Eurydice, after you do that, you've never seen a half-orc blush. And it's, as opposed to the sort of rosy red, there's like cobalt blue almost from the discoloration of the green skin. As she does blush. As you head back to the tent with Lila and Zevran, Nalfian and Twig. You all return to the tent. You head to rest and prepare yourselves for a morning of retaliation and an afternoon of wishing. And on that note, we're going to go ahead and take a break right there. We'll be back in a little bit. But thank you so much for watching, and we'll be right back.
scars long have yearned for your tender caress, to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars own. Rend my heart open, then your love profess. A winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever-growing, hardening into stone, amidst the cold, to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep.
let's dive in. Picking up where we left off. Stopping this music. Stopping the festival music. Stopping Forest Night. Gonna play Forest Day. It's not a joke. That's what I'm doing. Oh, well, let's do this one, actually. So as all of you wake up the next morning, you know what today is. The retribution happens today, followed by the wishing ceremony. There is tension and relief in the air. No one knows who the Green Lady will gift the wish, who will be the person to make the wish, whoever was the most valiant, most honorable knight in this event, as deemed by the Green Lady. But also, there is anticipation. What is going to happen during the retribution of the Green Knight? Who did what? What attacks were made? What things were done in that Green Chapel? As all of you approach, you can see that there are many people gathered around the lake. Many people already waiting. As when the sun is fully risen and its glow decorates the lake, that is when the Green Knight will emerge from the chapel and he will proclaim what will happen next. So my question to all of you is, do you wait patiently and prepare yourselves for what's to come, or was there any other conversations that anybody wanted to have either that morning beforehand or for with any of the knights that are present at the lake before the sun fully rises?
I mean, no.
At the little camp, Yuri does want to kind of gather just like the main group, I guess. So like Lila, Yorick, Twig, and Alfian. And be like, okay, just so everybody's up to speed about the whole Annalise situation. Actually, wait, is there any way to check if we're being scryed on? You're
That's
paranoid
a
now.
more question.
See invisibility.
Yep. York, you look. No scrying eyes.
We're good.
Okay, awesome. Basically, so we now know why she was acting weird, and Alfian, so I was entirely right to be suspicious when you saw her by the Omen tent. So, yeah, screw you, I was so right about that.
Alright,
She's
and you were right about
spy... Well, she's the spy master for the Queen.
She told you that?
Yeah. She was basically kind of sent to check us out and see if everything were cracked up to be. And I think the answer is yes, and that the Omens have a fairly high opinion of us, or at least Aveline does, and hopefully the Queen will too.
Well, I mean, that's way better of an outcome than I was expecting. And at least we know she wasn't by the tent for any malicious reasons. And if we're in good graces with at least the rest of the omens, it's a good sign.
It should hopefully mean that when we have the meeting, it should go even more smoothly. I mean, we're being vouched for. What's up, Yorick?
So this is the half-orc?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ask if she was the one scrying on us by chance?
No.
Ah, bummer.
I
Question for
didn't
next
think
time.
of that. Yeah, sure. I'll ask her when we see her. But yeah, she's also actually really, really nice, and she doesn't want to keep secrets. Like, from us, I mean. Of course, from other people. That's kind of her job. But, not from us. But it also means you can't tell anyone that she's the spy master for the queen, because that kind of defeats the whole purpose. But basically, she's on our side.
Right.
And the omens seem pretty happy with us as a concept.
Well, so technically, I was right in the fact that it's okay to trust people.
Okay, but I was also right that she was lying.
Yeah, but I also was right in the long haul when I said
doesn't
I
matter.
don't think any of this matters. No.
Thank you, Twig.
I kind of wanted to hear who won in the end, but we can call it a draw.
I think I did.
I'm just glad that it turned out to be someone who was on our side. The last thing we need now is more enemies and more people watching us when they shouldn't be. And now maybe we have someone who could watch others for us if needed.
I was thinking that. I thought that might be useful, and it seems like she kind of wants to stay in contact with us. So.
She wants to stay in contact with Eurydice.
Yeah, I kind of picked that up.
Anyway, yeah, woo. Tournament stuff. Wishes, let's go.
Now for laughs, and we'll go
Okay.
to the retribution ceremony.
Alrighty. So, all of you arrive. You wait with anticipation. And eventually, the Green Knight emerges from the chapel as the sunrise begins to catch the lake in front of all of you. Once again, he steps across the lake, his form seemingly to float across it. As he takes steps off of the lake and above, the platform begins to form as the trees move to life to elevate him for the audience that remains. As he speaks. Honored knight and esteemed guest, the moment is upon us. The conclusion of this festival draws near. The final trial awaits those gallant souls who bested their fears and faced challenges with valor and heart. And the commencements of this tourney, with pride and courage, you delivered your best blow upon me. Now, as fate's wheel turns full circle, it is time to stand and receive. The challenge is one of retribution, balance, and proving that one can take as honorably as they give. After this test of mettle, a moment of magic and hope shall rise. By the grace of the Green Lady herself, a singular honor will be bestowed. One knight, chosen for valor, virtue, and heart, will be granted a wish, a boon of their deepest desires. Prepare yourself, knights. The culmination of your journey is at hand. To face the past, embrace the present, and shape the future. The knights that remain in the tourney shall approach my chapel in the opposite order in which the tourney began. Which means Sir Dickon Edwards, step forward and enter the Green Chapel. With that,
Joe, I
Yeah.
just wanted to let you know your voice mod isn't working, but
That's
okay.
fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Not the
I
big
don't want you to worry
deal.
about it because it was good.
I know it's working on the stream. I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
cool.
If
I
not,
just didn't know
that's
if you
also
cared.
okay. Okay. So, with that, Sir Ticken enters. Now, what is told to all of you by Zevran, and some of the other knights that have been to this tourney, no knight emerges until the very end. So all of the knights stay within the Green Chapel regardless of what blow they receive. Until they all emerge at the end. So, with that, Sir Dickon enters. An hour passes. Sir Lancelot Hornwood enters. An hour passes. Sir Emric Tariel enters. An hour passes. Sir Brielle Lapierre enters. An hour passes. Sir Marjorie Harker enters. An hour passes. Sir Aveline Omen enters. An hour passes. Just as the sun in the sky is about to reach midday, Nalfian, you feel beckoned by the Green Chapel.
He will go in.
Nalfian, as you enter, there are no other knights within the Green Chapel. You stand here alone. You wait for a moment. Nothing happens. But eventually you hear bark begin to crack. As the tree that is built, or the Green Chapel is built into a tree, and that tree begins to crack and break open. And you see stepping forward, not the Green Knight. At least, not exactly the Green Knight. You see Sir Dickon. Except you see the armor he wears is not what he entered with. Green vines and leaves drape from his armor. His hair tinged brown and green. His skin pale. You see a very clear wound at his neck. As he steps forward and he looks to you, Nalfian, and says, Sir Nalfian, it is now time that the Green Knight returns the blow that you bestowed upon him. And you can see that Sir Dickon steps forward and he gestures his hand out to you.
Nalfian will shake his hand.
You can see the eyes begin to well. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Nalfian. I didn't have the heart.
It's, we can't always know what's the right decision in the moment. It's what we do after that matters most, and you've done so much. And you've made some really, really great choices. I was happy to fight alongside you.
It was the greatest honor of my life to fight alongside you. I cannot leave the Green Chapel now. I can leave but once. I still intend to fulfill my promise I made to you. When you need me, I will be there at Hausran's Hollow. The Green Knight will fight alongside you.
Thank you. Thank you for, I guess, showing that I know how to make real friends, outside, obviously, of those I travel with, but I've never... Not something like this. Thank you.
You can see from the handshake, he pulls you into a hug.
Yeah. Nalf will just say, as they're hugging, "You are a great knight, and I will make sure your family knows that."
Thank you.
And we'll pull away.
With that, Alfian, you hear the doors open behind you in the chapel, but it does not lead out back to the grove. You can see they are steps that lead down deep into the water below.
Yeah. Okay. He will look at Dickon one more time, and then turn and head down.
Okay. So, as you turn and head down, for the rest of the party, you hear a voice echo across the grove. The voice is soft and welcoming. The party, what you see is you see each knight return. They are softly pulled from the earth beneath where they once stood. All of the knights except for Sir Dickon and Sir Nalfian are returned. You hear the Green Lady speak. Very rarely am I graced with so many valiant, honorable knights. Many come to this tourney seeking glory. Many leave this tourney with nothing. Two knights stand above the rest. Two knights truly understand what it means to serve the Green Lady. While I cherish valor and honor, some transgressions cannot be forgiven. The trial is meant to test who you were, who you are, and who you will be. I am very sorry that he will not return to you. But who he will be, he will make a difference, and he will honor you in his actions. All of you hear that. You are unsure who she speaks of because neither Nalfian nor Sir Dickon return. There is no way of knowing one way or the other. But Nalfian, as you step down, you can feel the water begin to wrap around you. It is warm and welcoming. It feels like home. You can tell you will need to go incredibly deep. Much deeper than you can hold your breath. Do you choose to breathe in the water of the Green Lady?
He will.
As you do, as opposed to forcing yourself down, you begin to float. You begin to be pulled. And through small pockets of fey magic and thick clouds of fog, you eventually begin to see her. An incredibly beautiful woman. Her entire form that of petals and flowers. But you can see it shift to be something more that's easier for your mind to comprehend. As you finally now stand face to face with the Lady of the Lake, the Green Lady. You can see there is this aura of ageless wisdom about her. The air is still, and even the sound of birds is no longer heard. All nature seems to hush with anticipation as you stand in front of her. You can see her gaze falls upon you, Nalfian. And her voice carries the weight of the seasons with it. As you hear her speak to you. Knight of many tales and great renown, step forth and let your heart's desires be shown. But heed my words and tread with care, for wishes carry burdens not all can bear. First, think not only for thine own gain, for selfish desires bring naught but pain. Seek what your heart truly craves, that deepest yearn, that passion brave. Yet silence must cloak this heart's decree. Share it not, or be consumed by fear's dark sea. Now, Nalfian, with these truths in tow, speak your wish, and let destiny's wind blow. And Kayla, what I will say to you, because we've talked about your wish, has your wish changed at all from what was said earlier?
No.
Okay. So considering the nature of your wish and how apparent it will be when you emerge, there's no need for us to go into a private call at all. It'll just be one of those things that the characters will have to understand. Should they acknowledge the wish? Should they ask Nalfion about it, and should he respond yes to their questions about what it is, then the wish will vanish.
Oh god. Okay.
So, with that, Nalfion, she looks to you, ready to hear your wish.
I will say, Nalfion is like, this is a lot. And I think there's a lot about her that reminds him of a lot of different people that I don't think he was expecting. So I feel like he would have bowed immediately, just out of respect, because he feels like she deserves the utmost respect. But then he would step forward and he would say, my wish is a method in which we can track the specific locations of every single 13.
She looks to you, and you can hear her voice echo, as it has been. I fixed voice mod. And she says, "Is this truly what you wish for, Sir Nalfion?"
Yes. Not just for me, but for everyone. To bring back hope. And to put an end to the Dark One's plans.
You can see she nods and says, "Very well. If this is what you wish for, so it will be done. The Forsaken corrupt the land around them. I will give you the means by which you seek. Long ago, you gave away a locket that meant a great deal to you. That is correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Then I give you a new one that will guide you on your path to bring balance and restore hope to the world you love so dearly." And Nalfion, you can feel this wisp of nature and wind, winter and summer and spring and fall, leaves and petals begin to coalesce around your neck into an incredibly thin silver locket. You can see that it is delicate, this ornate silver locket etched with intricate vines and emerald leaves. As you look into it, it is the essence of the Green Lady's Grove. If you open it, there is a soft, ethereal light that emanates from within. The center, there is an opalescent stone, which seems to contain this ever-shifting mist, as you have received a wondrous artifact from the Green Lady, the luminous locket of the lost.
Well, some alliteration.
She is Fae, so, it's in character.
Yeah.
Pretty much once per day, this allows you to either... We can go over the description of the items after the session is done. I don't want to go through all the different points here. But once a day, you have some tool that could either be used to track one of the Forsaken, figure them out from a crowd, anything like that. Okay, there are 4 different things that it can do, but you can only use one of those features a day.
Cool.
And it does not require attunement. Okay. So now, Fian, you are given the locket, and she looks to you and says,
But I do not think that is the only thing you seek. I can see your eyes. There is more you have to say, is there not?
Thank you for honoring me with the wish. Because there were knights here who I think also deserved it just as much as me, if not more. But I am forever grateful. I am also in no position to ask anything more of you. She's just staring at him.
mm-hmm.
And so what I say next is not out of expectation. And I will preemptively apologize if this comes across as disrespectful, because I sincerely, that is not my intention. No, this is a plea from one parent to perhaps another. A father's plea. Where we venture next is to Hazard's Hollow. And we have what we need to bring life back to that land, and I have no doubt in the tenacity of everyone we have recruited and Twig and my companions to rightfully return the Forester land to what it once was. However, my greatest fear, as is any father's, is something happening to Twig. There was already one attempt on her life, her well-being, and I fear from what we know that the creatures in Hazard's Hollow and the other things that lurk there will be targeting her. I don't have much in terms of possessions or wealth. Some may even argue worth. But I have my word as a knight. I ask if you are willing, out of no obligation, to simply keep a watchful eye on her while we recover her home. I wish I could be everywhere at once, but the truth is I can't. But if you could watch over her for just that time, I give you my word to fight in your name. A favor, should you ever need it of me, I would owe you tenfold. Just enough so she can return her home to what it was.
You see, she thinks for a moment.
You would be willing to give anything to keep her safe?
I would. But again, I should have not even asked. And I apologize. But you can see right through me.
I am conflicted. There is nothing more I would like than to see Hazran's Hollow return to its former glory, and for that corruption to be removed from that land. part of me fears, should I interfere, it could upset the pattern. But there is so much pain and corruption and death in the world. If you swear to me when your mortal life comes to an end, as elves live quite long, you will come back to this grove. You will replace Sir Dickon as the Green Knight, as by that point he will have grown tired, same as the night you have seen this tourney. You will replace him. You will serve as the Green Knight from that day until you tire. Then you will be free to rest. If you swear this to me, I will keep her safe as much as I can.
Okay, Kayla wasn't expecting this, so hold on. So she's saying when he's getting ready to die,
Yeah.
to essentially spend his final. Okay.
Yeah, so pretty much you would. So Nalfian is 30, right?
Like 32 at this point.
Yeah. So you would live the rest of your life, your next 100, 150 years, however long. And then in your last few years of life, you would return to her. You would serve as the Green Knight for probably about 100 years, maybe a little less, until a new Green Knight is found. And then that knight would take your place. And then you would be able to rest finally.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, I would. I will do that.
Very well. Provided Twig's feet stay connected to the earth, she will not fall. I guarantee you this.
Thank you.
It is your choice, should you tell her what deal you have made. I will not hold it against you should you keep it a secret.
Thank you
This
again.
deal that you have made is only for Hazran's Hollow.
I understand.
Very well. You are valiant, Sir Nalfian. One of the truest knights that have ever participated in this tourney.
Thank you.
Okay.
He does be crying a little bit.
So, with that, Nalfian, provided there is nothing else, you can feel the current lightly grab hold of you, and you begin to slowly float up and away. As you do, the sounds of the forest return. As all of you see Sir Nalfian Forrester emerge from the water. Nalfian, you emerge in the center of the lake, but as you emerge, you don't have to swim to the shore. you are landed on your feet on the water. And you can walk back to the grove. You see, immediately, while your party members, I'm sure, have a look of relief on their face, you can see Letty Edwards fall as she begins to cry, knowing that her husband will not be returning.
Now
You can see-
go to her instead of the party right away.
Yeah, of course. You can see she just sits there, sobbing, crying out.
He's going to very gently approach. He's not going to say anything.
Hmm.
He's going to try to at least lift her off the ground and just kind of hold her for a little bit.
She won't resist. She'll grip onto you, squeezing. Just sobbing.
And Alf will just say after a little bit, he was the best damn knight I've ever known. I promise you that. And he loves you very much.
You just feel her continue to
Yeah.
sort
I'm sure there's
of
nothing
tug
he
on
can
your
say.
cloak, squeezing.
Oh, man, that sucks. Yeah, he'll just be there for her as long as she needs.
Okay. A fair bit of time passes, 5 or 10 minutes. And eventually she calms for a moment and she looks at you, Nalfian, and says, "Do you think I could enter the grove, the chapel? Do you think she'd allow me to see him?"
I do. Nalfian's going to offer his hand and he'll escort her there.
So Nalfian, as you do, being the Green Lady's chosen, as you go to walk across the water, your feet find purchase, and so do hers. As you guide her across.
He'll kind of very gently with his thumb just kind of wipe away some of her tears and walk her to the entrance.
You can see as she enters Sir Dickon, now the Green Knight. He sits in that wooden throne. As she enters, he rises. He smiles. And that smile quickly turns to sadness as he runs to embrace her. You hear him say, "I'm sorry I wasn't more wise. I thought I bested him. I was wrong. And she just grips hold of him and says, "Shh, shh, 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 shh. That does not matter now. Regardless of what happened, I'm just glad I still get to hold you." And Nalfian, with that, you can see she stays there. It's up to you if you'd like to wait or give them a moment.
That's their time. He's gonna go back to the party.
Okay. Alrighty. So Nalfian, you return to the party. And all of you notice the locket around Nalfian's neck. It was not something he entered with, but it is something that you recognize. But all of you know the terms of the wish. So all of you think it is best to ignore where this strange new locket came from and welcome your knight back. So, with that, maybe an hour passes, and eventually Lady Edwards will exit the chapel. You see she walks across the lake, and you can see a crown on her head of leaves and flowers with 2 vines that drag down, framing out her head. You can see she returns to Sir Dickon's retinue, and the rest of the knights, they pass along their condolences. She gracefully accepts them, and the retinue of House Edwards departs. As she departs, she takes an extra long look at you, Nalfian. She smiles, and she would stop right before the rest of the retinue leaves and says, "Thank you for helping him. You meant more to him than you could know."
Well, he helped me just as much. Should you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to reach us.
She nods and looks to the rest of the party, and she will exit with the rest of the retinue and leave the tourney. Over the next several hours, almost all of the royal families depart from the Lake of the Green Lady. The festival grounds are collapsed and evacuated. All that remains now is the small, unassuming shell of Vitronette and the small village that exists here. Most of the tents have been packed up and are beginning to move, aside from your own and a few others. But as the afternoon comes to a close and the sun begins to set, it's up to all of you if you wanted to talk about anything in particular. But, Twig, I will say there is a package that arrives for you from Raven Rock. And it is what we had discussed.
Sick. I don't think she'll get to it tonight, just because obviously everything that happened with Dickon and everything is a lot. But yeah, she will stash that away for, I guess, probably the next morning. I don't know how much else is going to happen tonight, but yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So, what I will say is, now that all of you have returned to the tent, Nalfian, you have a bit of a better understanding of what the locket does. Mm-hmm. So it has 4 features. You can only use one of them once a day. So there is a locator, which, when invoked, the name of and one of the Forsaken is spoken, the locket stone will shine a beam of light in the direction of that particular Forsaken. Not the game. The brighter and more focused means the closer the Forsaken is. A dim and scattered light signifies it is a great distance and there are obstacles in the way. Number 2 is astral vision. When the user holds the locket up to their eye, they can see a glimpse of the current environment surrounding the target Forsaken, but only for a brief moment. Resonance. Once a day, the user can attune to the energies of a Forsaken, allowing the user to feel the emotions or intentions of the target, which can give clues as to what they might be planning or feeling at that moment. And then finally, Protector's Essence. The locket also provides a protective aura when activated to the user against direct mental manipulations or scrying from Forsaken. However, this doesn't render the user completely invisible. It merely dampens their presence. So only one of those can be enabled a day.
Right. Cool. Very cool. I hope that was a good wish, guys. I was trying to think of something that would benefit everybody.
I think it's rad.
Thanks, man.
Oh, that's an incredible wish.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. It's good. So, I will say, before the night is over, Sir Aveline would come to the tent of House Forrester. You can see that most of her things are packed up. They are ready to return to Verdalka. But she does approach the tent and says, "Do all of you have just a brief moment to spare me?"
I'm
We most
free.
certainly do.
Wonderful. I only wanted to stop by briefly to carry on my condolences for the loss of Sir Dickon. I know that you and him, Nalfian, had competed in the first tourney together, and as I understand, there was a bond the two of you had. Hopefully that is the last friend you lose for a long time.
Will nod.
I would also like to share my great compliments to all of you. I was informed by an agent under my wings that there was an attempt on young Lady Forrester's life. I do not take this lightly, as this agent has my undying trust. A thorough investigation will be held. Should Lord Dragu be found guilty by the Queen, he will be punished for his actions. If you have any evidence that could be given to me, I would greatly appreciate it, but if you have nothing, I understand.
We used up all the milk, didn't we?
What a funny
we did.
sentence. We used up all the milk, didn't we?
Did we? Who was the one that tested the milk?
The blue jay.
The bird.
No,
The
not
hummingbird?
tasted it. Tested it.
Well, it was the fucking higher guy, sellsword thingy. I don't know what his name was. It's really bad of me.
Oh, one of the guys you hired.
Oh, yeah.
So we could.
Yes, him.
Somewhere in here.
Yeah, we could give Aveline his name and say like he's someone that can attest
Yeah.
to it.
Garrick Greenwood. I
Garrick,
think,
yeah.
maybe?
Garrick, yeah. Yeah. So, oh god. Fuck. What was he told you what type of poison it was too.
He absolutely did. It was something.
Okay, cool. So you get those two in contact. They'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, they got it.
And Aveline would say,
Would you mind if I understand Hosron's Hollow is what is next for all of you? For this Sir Garrick, or this Garrick under your command, would you mind if he return with me to Verdalka?
That would be alright as long as he's fine with it.
If he has any apprehension, then he will go with all of you, but should he be all right with it, then send him to my camp. Well, I look forward to our next encounter, and I have heard that perhaps Ambrose, you spoke with him, and, well, I believe you may have struck a chord with him. I wish you the best of luck in Hazran's Hollow, and I look forward to seeing you in the court of Vidalka before the fortnight is out. Well, it was a great honor getting to encounter the Forerunners of Fate.
Give her a little shake.
She will bow to all of you in that moment. And unless there's anything else that wants to be said to Sir Aveline? Nope. Okay.
I wanted to talk to Nalfine if there's time, but if we can't, I understand. Just throw that out there.
No, it's fine. So Sir Aveline will exit, and we'll say that you talk to Garrick. Garrick is fine with it. He'll go with Sir Aveline happily. Yeah. He's like, oh, if that's what you really want, oh, sure. And he goes.
Yeah.
That was his voice, wasn't it?
I don't remember, mate. I barely remember his name.
Okay. So he heads off. I will say that, well, yeah, Yorick, you go ahead and talk to Nalfian in that moment. So after Sir Aveline leaves, you have a little bit of a moment alone.
I think Yorick would come up to Nalfian's side, as I imagine Nalfian's very just kind of quiet and contemplative right now.
Yeah, I mean, had you not have stopped him, he was probably gonna go sit somewhere alone for a bit. So he's very in his thoughts.
I think Yorick would just stand with him, kind of looking out at, like, you know, the grounds that have quickly become much more nature-y again, with everyone kind of leaving. Can I ask you something?
Go for it.
I mean, I know y'all had this plan before I kind of showed up, and I wasn't here for most of it, but the Green Lady's, like, good in nature, and I know that it's a wish, so it's a big deal, but why'd so many have to die just to try? Doesn't it feel needless?
Nelfin kind of considers for a second. Music's getting really intense.
Yeah, I know. I was like, damn.
I'm sorry. I don't know what that was. You can go back and watch the video when it went. I went, what the fuck? And then of course my founder disconnected, so I couldn't stop it. It was like, I will be played. Anyway, I'm so sorry.
Okay, Nalfian would consider for a second, but then he would say, feels like that. But all of those nights, they knew the risk. They wouldn't be here if they didn't. They chose to be here. And I'd like to think that they all died fighting for what they thought was right, doing what they loved. And sometimes we make sacrifices because we think it is the right thing to do, not just for ourselves, but for the people around us. I like to think that that's why they were here. And all of the lives that were lost, they were sacrificed for what is to come. For other knights to learn from their mistakes. For others to be aware just how real this shit is out here. And I don't think it was needless. But it doesn't make it hurt any less. I don't know if that makes sense.
More than anything else does. Would just be nice if it was easy, though, wouldn't it?
It would be. Nothing's ever easy.
Not anymore, it's not.
Except I hear if you give Doglin belly rubs, it makes everything better.
Yeah?
Yeah, give it a try.
Might take you up on that.
Nalf just kind of laughs and sighs.
I'm sorry I wasn't here for you when you needed me.
You were where you needed to be.
I know. I just wanted to be here, though, you know?
I know. I didn't want you to be there.
Oh,
But
thanks, man.
It was important that you were. We know a hell of a lot more than what we did.
You gonna be okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I will be. I think sacrifices are important. But now it's important that we don't waste what was given to us. So I'm gonna be alright. I don't have a choice.
Well. You ever need someone to share the weight with? You know where to find me.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna need it.
Yorick will just kind of pat him on the back, and unless Nalfian has anything to say, he'll kind of leave Nalfian with his thoughts.
He'll kind of look towards York and give him a smile, but he's gonna be a little. Just like I said, I think he just needs some moment to breathe.
Fair.
Alrighty. So with that, Nalfian, you have a moment with your thoughts. York, you head off, letting him have that moment. As the night continues, I'll say, Nalfian, you maybe stay out there for another, at least another 15 minutes. You see approaching the tent is Annalise. This time not approaching from the shadows or skulking, approaching head on. And she sees you and says, "Is Eurydice, here?"
Yeah, she is. Nalf looks at her with, like, a knowing smile.
She just nods, face blank.
Okay. Do you want to talk to her?
Yes, I would. I just was trying to take her advice and not just appear.
That's good advice. Alright, 1 second. Hey, thanks for being honest. That goes a long way around here. And I'll go and turn inside the tent. And find Eurydice.
I'm guessing she's just vibing somewhere, so you can just like find her super easily.
Yeah.
Eurydice, you have a visitor?
Oh, okay. She comes out and sees Annalise and smiles. Hey.
Hello. I feel like this is the third time I've said this, but I decided to follow your advice.
I do give great advice.
That much is true. I wanted to let you know that with Aveline returning to Verdalka, I'll be returning with her. And I wanted to say goodbye for now. I guess it's not really a goodbye, it's just kind of a see you later, you know? But I didn't want to leave without saying something.
I appreciate it. We'll have to figure out a good way to, I guess, to talk and figure out when we'll be in a similar place again. Well, that's stupid. Lila has spells for that. Yeah, I really wish you could come with us. But you're an important person. You've got stuff to do, and we've got stuff to do, and, you know. Sorry, I ramble when I'm nervous.
No, it's
I'm not nervous.
It's
I
okay.
talk a lot, and I don't. Okay.
We can figure out something. And I think that regardless, I mean, the weave had us end up together here, so I'm sure we'll end up in the same place again sometime real soon.
I think so too. Maybe you shouldn't have given Aveline such, like, you know, good reason to trust us, because then, you know, you'd have to come and, like, watch us more, just, like, you know, figure out if you are actually, like, trustworthy.
Maybe I should hire somebody to modify memory, so that way she forgets about the good things that I said about all of you, so that way I do have a reason to stick around.
Or so you get to talk about us so nicely again later, and then modify that, and then just keep doing it.
Keep doing it. I can't see how this plan could be flawed at all.
I can't. No, not at all. We're supposed to be smart people, you know. We're supposed to come up with good ideas.
I thought it was a great idea, but I guess you're right.
You know, you said that you found out you're so much better at listening. I love the way you tell stories. I love the way you talk.
You see her blush once again, and you see her eyes begin to glisten a bit.
And she says, "That was very nice. Thank you."
Well, I meant it. Yeah. She just looks at the ground and just, like, shakes her head, like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Annalise will look to you and, with a very genuine smile, say,
Regardless of what happens, Eurydice, I'm very thankful that I got to meet you, and being with you last night and right now, these are the two most genuine moments I've had in my life in so long. And regardless of what happens next, I'm so thankful I got to have them.
will miss you a lot. But I'm very excited for us to cross paths again.
I'm really excited too. I feel so unfair that every time we find something nice, we have to like leave it again and then like find it later. It'll be fine. I will see you again because you know what? We have the power to make decisions like that, and we will end up in the same place.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think she would just kind of look to you just like directly in your eyes and just look at you for a minute and just smile.
I guess, be safe? Whilst we're not, you know.
You too. And, yeah.
Oh wow, we're great at this, yeah.
Goodbyes are really hard. They're really hard.
They are so hard. Yuri's just gonna look around a bit, and then she'll like really quickly just like kiss her on the lips, and then be like, okay, be safe. Bye. And then just like run away.
Bye. Thank you for that. That was very nice. And she'll also kind of begin to walk away.
What can I say? Yuri's gay panic's real bad.
So, with that, an incredibly Eurydice moment. But you know that Annalise wouldn't have had it any other way. As the two of you go your separate ways, hoping to reconvene one day soon. So with that, Yorick, Lila, Twig, Eurydice, is there anything else the four of you wanted to do?
I'm
Nope.
good.
Yeah, not this evening.
Nope. Twig?
No, though I feel like someone should. I'm just...
No, you're good. You're good. So,
I know, yeah, it makes me nervous.
as the four of you are sort of doing your own thing, just in the tent, getting ready for bed, the two of you can see Danny in trouble. Currently in the tent, they're currently moving things around. They're acting very, very, very covert, but not very well. You can see that Danny has what looks to be like a whole bunch of matches and a couple of other things in his hands. You can see Trouble has he's like covering something up as they're like going and they're setting it on the table and they're like setting a whole bunch of things up. And I would say 19, 21. Yeah, okay. So 15. Yeah, you're ready to see all of you with passive perception higher than 11. Actually, real quick, passive perception higher than with a 15 or higher, because Nalfian's is 14. All of you can see that the two of them are currently setting things up on the table that looks like it looks like a cake and some candles.
That's so sweet.
You can see they're setting all that up. You can see Danny in trouble. They sort of look at each other. They hand each other these like small cannons almost. They're like handheld cannons that have like little strings attached to the back. And Nalfian,
Yeah.
as you get up and head back inside, you hear what smells like something's burning. And immediately you start to panic, like, oh my God, what's happening? And as you run into the tent, you hear Danny and Trouble. They both say, surprise! Congratulations, Knight of the Green Lady! and they pull back the strings. These like confetti shoots out in your face, and one kind of gets in your eye a little bit as you kind of ow. And you can see Trouble says, "Hey, yeah, you did it! You did the thing! Look, we got a cake. We got a cake from the village. There's candles. We weren't really sure how old you were, so we kind of it's not a birthday, but we put 45 in there because I think that's about what you're at."
My God.
All right. Not quite, but it was the thought that counts, right?
Wow,
Nelson's
you
gonna
guys
pick
were
off a
so
couple
on
candles.
point with his age. Well done, you guys. That's an excellent guess.
I mean, 45's young for elves.
Thank you. Even though that's not my age, though. Okay, all right, I'm taking off the canvas. All right. Thank you.
I don't think you have the right to complain about your age when you've been so secretive about your birthday in the past. It makes it hard for people to keep track.
Twig, you're on my side. I thought, what is happening?
Twig has a point.
No.
So I think
When
45
it comes to
seems
this
right,
stuff,
so
when has Twig ever been on your side?
Fuck me!
Nalfian, I tried to tell him what you're like, 29, 30.
Oh, you stick around. Always. Never leave.
Nalfia looks at Twig and then sadly puts the candles back.
But you can see Danny in trouble. They say, I obviously it's all, obviously the and you see Danny is struggling to find the words, but Tiberius says,
It was very tragic what has happened over the past several days. But I think that it's important for all of us, Danny and I both think it's important for all of us, to celebrate the Knight Commander of House Forrester and the Champion of the Green Lady, Sir Nalfian Forrester, and his companions. So, we have a cake. It is vanilla. I hope that's okay. I didn't want to risk it with the flavor, so I went with something very simple. Trouble pulls out a knife, not like a cake knife, it's like a dagger.
Right.
So, big pieces, little pieces. What are we feeling?
And he starts cutting up the cake.
When was the last time you cleaned up? Never mind.
Big piece.
Big pieces, okay.
Yeah, big piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, big piece, there you go. Danny's like, when do I get to cut the cake? You told me I'd get to cut the cake. All right. He cans Danny the dagger. Danny like,
Oh, God.
all right.
We got ours at a good time.
You can see Twig for yours. He like cuts it's like a chopped cake like on a plate, and he like picks it up with his hand and puts it on the plate. Here you go, Twig. Next, like a line cook.
Yeah. Lila will get Danny too.
There you go. All right, next.
It doesn't matter what size you ask for with Danny. He's gonna give you a Danny size.
Yep.
Like.
All right, you're next up, pointing to you to see with the knife. What do you want? Order. What do you want? What is it? Vanilla,
my
small,
God.
big? What do you want? He just chops up the cake more.
Oh my god. It was a nice
You're
cake,
just
you know.
Yeah, it's everywhere, all over the table, on the ground. Tiberius is just looking at him like,
Why do I let
Imagine
these things happen?
Doglin's there, like,
Yeah,
licking up all the
Doglin.
crumbs.
oh yeah, day of his life. He's like,
No complaints.
if you
Nalfia's
could,
just eating his cake.
you can. Lucky's also there eating the cake. Lucky's like, I can't
about to
taste this
say.
cake, but Doglin likes it, so I do too. As he's just like covered in cake on his
my
face.
God.
So.
Oh, okay.
As you're going to see eventually, you can see Tiberius take the knife away from Danny and push him back. He takes one
this.
small piece of cake that's still put together and puts it on a plate and hands it to you. And
Thanks.
all of you take a moment to be merry, to be happy. Regardless of the tragedy that has taken place over the past couple of days, it's still so important to embrace these moments. Nalfian did a great thing. All of you were instrumental in that thing being accomplished in one way, shape, or form. The road ahead is long to Hazron's Hollow, but considering everything you've been through so far, you head to bed tonight knowing that you can handle whatever awaits you there. Forsaken, curse, it doesn't matter. The Forerunners of Fate can handle it. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in on Tuesday for the Salamander Coast, Wednesday for the Tales of Everin, or next Saturday for the Isles of Iverion. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next
No. Also, next Friday, roll call with Kayla.
Next Friday,
talking about
roll call with
Nalfi
Kayla.
Forrester.
That's good timing. Heck yeah. All right, thank you so much. We'll see you those dates and next Friday. Thanks for watching.